Turned Out a Punk. I'm your host, Damian Abraham, and today on the show, one of my favorite vocalists of all time, from one of my favorite bands of all time, Mike 9 from Eyehategod. Actually, a bunch of my favorite bands, but also of Outlaw Order, Arson Anthems, Corrections House. He's an author. He is a survivor. There's no other way to put it. And the new title holder on Turned Out a Punk for the longest episode. This is a really fun, wild conversation. A conversation that I always hoped I'd have. And both Mike and I worked for a very long time to try and make this happen. And at times it felt like I'd never have this conversation. And now it is fine on my end. It's not Mike's fault on this one, but now it has finally happened. And my God, was it worth the wait? I was looking forward to talking to Mike in some capacity, any capacity, for like, God, 30 years now. Yeah, 30 some odd years now. And to get to sit down and talk to him beyond a brief interaction at a show that we talk about on here in a second was a real treat. Eyehategod has announced some shows for next year. They're going to be playing with Crowbar. They're going to be going on a tour. They're going to be playing this weekend. There's a beer festival that they're going to be playing this weekend. It's a metal and beer festival. It's not just like a beer garden type thing. They've got a bunch of shows. There'll be links to where you can find. They haven't updated their site for gigs in a while, but I'll have a link to where you can get all the pertinent information in the description for this podcast. You can also just go on their social media and see what they have coming up, because if you have never seen them live, you are in for a treat. And if you've never heard them on record, you've got some listening to do, because everything they've ever put out is well worth your time. They are one of the heaviest, just one of the greatest, in my opinion. I'm not going to ramble on about how great this band is. You can check them out for yourself and hear for yourself wherever you listen to your music. Go to the record store, buy some records, buy some Eyehategod records. I've got a bunch myself, so there's not much for me to ramble on here. You're going to be listening for a very long time. There are a couple minor notes if you can make it to these points in the episode. First, Beyond Possession is from Calgary, not Winnipeg. Apologies to Calgary. And they are definitely a fantastic band from Winnipeg. I get that wrong in the episode. Also, Dave from AOD, who I blank on his name, Dave Schwartzman, who has been on the show, fantastic guest of the show, Dave Scott Schwartzman. If you have not read his book, If It's Tuesday, This Must Be Walla Walla, The Wacky History of Adrenaline OD, you need to pick up this book, because it is a amazing read. Also where I get that story about Roger, Billy Milano, and the Misfits that I talk about in this episode, if you make it that far into this one as well. It's a long one. Get ready. That's it. I'm not going to ramble on anymore. You got a lot to listen to. Let's see. This is an endurance test. It's worth it, though. I promise you. Sit back, relax, and enjoy Mike 9 on Turned Out a Punk. Mike, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Of course, man. I'm a fan of the show. I've been listening to Turned Out a Punk I skip around and I went way back, so I'm not caught up with a lot of new stuff on your show, but yeah, good to be here, man.
Well, that means a lot to me, because as I paused myself from telling you a minute ago off air, I wouldn't be making this music without you. I feel
wow, that's incredible. I'm a fan of your band too. I love the creativity and the strangeness of your band. You've done stuff that I've wanted to do, but with Eyehategod, we're not that kind of band, but I always wanted us to be more experimental, but it doesn't work with everybody. So
I told Fucked Up one time in practice, if I had my way, we'd be sounding like Eyehategod.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I never would have thought, man. I don't know. I just, not to put you in pin you in a group or anything, but I just figured you were a hardcore guy. But then listening to your band, it's like, no, these guys are into everything,
Well, that's the thing is I feel like And I think that the genres that people throw your band into, I never really felt like fit to me as a fan of it, because to me
Yeah.
it was a hardcore band. Like you guys are a hardcore band for my sensibilities.
The attitude has always been punk rock, you know. I mean, that's I Hate God's attitude from the beginning. You know, I'm an old timer, you know. I got into punk in 1978, you know, when I was really young, you know. So that's always just been what I've been into, you know. And some of the other guys as well, but they're a little younger than me, but yeah.
Well, I want to talk about this stuff. So I guess I got to start it off the way they all start off, which is, Mike, how did you get into punk? Do you remember the first time you ever came across it?
Yes, and I knew you were going to say that, but yeah, it's not very exciting, really. It's I was into Kiss. I know you've heard that before, and I had two older brothers. So before Kiss, though, one of my older brothers, it was I was listening to his albums. There's so many vinyl albums everywhere. So Alice Cooper, The Who, Black Sabbath, you know, stuff like that. The Rolling Stones. You know, this is when I'm like 7, 8, 9 years old. You know, so I'm listening to that stuff. And Alice Cooper, of course, was one of my favorites. But that kind of led into Kiss, and then Kiss was like my band. You know, like they weren't into it. It was my band. You know, so I was like, I've got my own music now. And from Kiss, you know, it just led into looking in magazines and seeing the Sex Pistols and the Clash and Ramones. You know, Rock Scene magazine was still one of my favorites, and Cream, of course. Everybody mentions Cream. You know, all those just led me down that path. You know, and I just but Dynasty had come out by Kiss, and I'm like, yeah, that's old stuff. That's terrible. I don't even. And I was off, you know, with every just. And to this day, I still research all the bands. I'm still finding bands from back then that put out private press vinyl, you know. So yeah,
It's such an amazing period in like American underground music. Like once punk happens, it feels like I guess it happened earlier with that 60s garage rock stuff, but it just gave permission for like every kid in every town to go out and start a band and put out a
yeah,
record.
yeah, and that's so great, you know. I just love that idea that people realize, and then it happened over. I think the punk thing influenced the new wave of British heavy metal too. Over they were all putting out 7 inches, you know, all those bands. So yeah, I love that.
So
Love it.
you didn't grow, you weren't born in New Orleans though, right? You didn't grow up there at first?
I was born in High Point, North Carolina, but my parents had passed away. My mom earlier, like 74 or something. My dad around 76. So my older brother became my legal guardian, and he was very fond of New Orleans. So he took me out of there, and we moved here when I was like, you know, like 77, you know, 1977.
So what was New Orleans like in 1977 to go from where you were living to New Orleans?
It was a little scary being from a small town, but I embraced it all. I loved it. You know, it was so many new things that I had never even heard about or discovered, you know. So I don't know, man. It was just an eye opener, you know, like seeing Mardi Gras for the first time, which is insane. And then like Halloween here is crazy, and just the French Quarter itself is just wild, you know. So a lot of things like that, you know.
I feel like New Orleans and Detroit were the only cities that lived up to the hype to me as a Canadian kid, kind of going there for the first time. Where
Right.
like New Orleans, it just feels like every street there was an adventure that could have been. It
It's
was like
true.
a choose your own adventure novel or something.
It's true. And growing up here, like later as a teenager, I took advantage of that very much so, you know.
So I guess it's only a couple years after you arrived there that you kind of get into the punk rock stuff.
Yeah, I remember the last Kiss record I bought. I was already reading these magazines, you know, like I mentioned, but I think Kiss Alive 2 was like the last thing I bought by them. And I was already starting to trying to find these other bands, you know. But we moved. We lived in like a suburb when we first came down. And we moved into the city of New Orleans, and there was record stores, and one in particular was called Leisure Landing, and they just had tons of imports and tons of 7 inches and everything, So that's where I just started buying stuff, with my allowance, or I would do things to, clean up whatever to get money. It all went to records.
Outside of New York and Los Angeles, maybe Austin, like I can't think of too many cities that put out that many punk records in sort of the first wave of the city as New Orleans did. Like there's like three different labels and putting out records. Like it seems like there's dozens of bands around that time.
There were, but for some reason we never get really any credit for that. It's always kind of swept under the rug. I mean, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, there was a few cities like, I don't know, places like Indiana or somewhere maybe, but I don't know. But we did have a ton of bands. And I couldn't go to shows at first, but my brother did get a job as the janitor for this bar called Jed's. And that was right down like a few blocks from where we were living, uptown New Orleans. And he would take me to see the Normals and Men in Black and all these bands. And this is when I'm like 12. So
That's
I'm seeing these
insane.
bands as a little kid. Like, and that place didn't care anyway, because when I got older and I had run away from home, was in a boys' home. I ran away from there as well, but I would still go to Jed's, and I was like 14, 15 by that point, and they never checked IDs or anything. So it was great to have that. And then the Normals would play at like a contemporary art center, or like they would play on Tulane University's quad. The Contenders. I saw the Contenders, who were also called the Backstabbers. Contenders, the Normals, and Totally Cold, who became the Cold later. But I like the earlier version. They were like 60s stuff, but played it really fast. Yeah, so that was great.
I guess those bands to me are more kind of new wavy and more kind of like put together than like a band like the Shit Dogs. Were they?
The Shit Dogs are great, man. They're from Baton Rouge, which is like an hour from here. So I never saw the Shit Dogs, but I think they kind of started as one of those like joke punk bands. Some of those bands I really like the Village Pistols or somebody like that. Like, it's obviously a parody played by long-haired guys with mustaches, and back then, which back then that wasn't cool to look like that, but they would do these bands, and but the Shit Dogs turned into kind of a really good band for, Ramones influenced like punk band.
Oh, I love that band. And but like you're saying, there's something unique to punk where it's kind of immune to parody in that way, where because it almost embraces the parody.
It does. Yeah. And to some outsiders, I think even like the Sex Pistols was a parody group. But to us, they were real and great, and we took them serious. But like, yeah, definitely the Shit Dogs are in that category of kind of a parody, but became more serious.
So did you ever see Ellen DeGeneres at Cold shows? Because her brother was in that band, right? Vance?
Yes, Vance, he also did was one of the creators of Mr. Bill,
Yeah. Yeah.
Saturday Night Live. Yeah.
He's the hands.
Yeah, you're right. I never saw her out, but I had some friends that were friends with her. And they would talk about her. I remember when people were like, yeah, this girl, Ellen DeGeneres, is doing comedy. We're going to go see her. And I never went or anything, but I think she was kind of part of that scene. I'm sure she was at the Cold shows.
Mm-hmm. What about the Red Rockers? Because they moved to San Francisco, I think, pretty early, right?
Yeah, but they had a great run before they left. Like they were the Rat Finks. The Rat Finks turned into the Red Rockers. But they went to LA at some point. They were kind of a Clash kind of thing in the beginning, kind of, they even dressed kind of like the Clash. But they went to LA at some point and saw like Black Flag and in the hardcore. They opened for Black Flag though in New Orleans. So what am I saying really? But they knew about the hardcore scene, but I guess they went to LA and kind of got immersed in it. And they came back and they were playing the songs faster and heavier and just it was amazing. This one of their roadies, Crazy Bob, who lived near Jimmy as a child, Jimmy Bauer from Eyehategod. He kind of showed the whole city how to skank, like slam dance, because he was from LA or had, something to do with LA. So everybody started doing that. And the pogo was out at that point, and everybody was slam dancing, as they call it now, moshing. But I don't call it that.
Was Shell Shock the first band that was kind of doing like hardcore stuff like that?
They were the first one that was probably the most serious, that like set out to be put out records and be this band that played a lot. There was the Sluts as well that put out one album, but kind of later in like 84 or something. But the Sluts started out as kind of a joke, but they became really serious. They were really sloppy and three chords, everything, or two chords. They even had a song called One Chord City, making fun of the cold three chord city song. But yeah, they were around, but it took them forever to put out a record. They were of a different tribe, kind of more of the boozing tribe back then, when I was a kid. Shell Shock, like, searched out shows and put out records,
It's funny because when the Melvins guys were on, they said that Shell Shock was like one of the only bands that they really connected with early on.
And I remember when they met, I was there because Shell Shock were like my good friends through the Final Solution that you sent me a picture of. I can't believe you found that in Toronto. That's insane.
Yeah, it's weird the stuff that shows up here in Toronto from New Orleans. Like I got the Voices of Red God comp. I got some Cold Ring.
Oh, really?
Singles.
With my other crawl space. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
wow.
I could like I actually got right there.
Wow, on vinyl too.
On
I never
vinyl.
even had a vinyl copy. I had a cassette.
It's weird. Like I got this up here too. Like
that's great.
I found like a couple things over the years from here, but I think it's just because, yeah, New Orleans just to me feels like you're saying, it doesn't really get credit for it, but it's such a organized big scene that like I feel like it's just overlooked by punk history.
I think it was more organized. I mean, in the last, it's been a long time now, but there's more cliques and there's bands that like you'll hear about, but no one they don't play with these other bands, and so it got bigger, I guess, in that way, and it got all disparate, So it was like separated kind of. But yeah, in the beginning there was maybe 200 people, 100 people. It started out way less. But so yeah, the Shell Shock guys, I met them at the record store, Leisure Landing, which was where everybody would meet on the weekends and talk about records and zines and the whole thing. So they became like really good, great friends of mine. So I was there when the Melvins played, and I forget, they played with RKL. It was RKL, the Melvins, and I think this band called Executioner, which is like a metal band from Boston, like a death metal kind of band. And Hatch would always meet. Hatch Boy was Mike Hatch was his name, but we called him Hatch Boy. Him and his brother Greg were the singer and guitar player of Shell Shock. So when he walked over to introduce himself to the Melvins, they had the Kiss van with the Kiss logo on the side. So we were like, whoa, they love Kiss, like we were freaking out on that. Because Kiss and punk and hardcore never really, there's some people now that admit it, but back then no one would admit they were into Kiss, They didn't want people to know. But we were like, fuck, we love Kiss still, the old Kiss, So we went over to the Melvins and talked to them, and that's probably how Buzz remembers Shell Shock, Shell Shock may have played that night. I'm not sure, but maybe that's Buzz saw them. Maybe they opened, because Shell Shock would open for everyone from out of town for a while there.
Yeah, I think Buzz said they did play that show because he said that they were like sonically them, Beyond Possession. There were a few bands back then that he said like kind of connected with them in that way.
I've heard that he liked Beyond Possession. I like that band as well. Where are they from? Somewhere in Portland, Seattle,
No,
maybe?
they're from
Are they?
Winnipeg, if I'm
Oh,
not
they are from
mistaken.
Canada.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're Canadian. Now I'm pretty sure they're from Winnipeg. I should double check that.
I
I'll
knew
fix
it
it
was
in the intro.
that side of America. I
Yeah,
didn't know.
yeah, not
But
not
yeah.
not America though. But yeah, they
Okay.
but there were a few bands that kind of like, I guess we're kind of like during that period, which is hardcore's getting more and more generic, kind of en masse.
Yeah.
It feels like the bands that were kind of like pushing the limits were all kind of being drawn together in some way.
Sure, yeah, and I think some new people that saw, oh, well, not really new people, but people saw like, oh, these guys are putting out records, so they start their band, and it just gets more and more generic. For me, by like this sound makes me sound old, but like by '84, I was bored with a lot of the bands. They were just '84, beginning of '85. I was like, yeah, it's a lot of just Reagan sucks and 3 chord stuff.
It's funny you say that because it seems like 84 is the jumping off point for a lot of people. Like the Dinosaur Jr. guys talk about,
Really?
yeah,
Okay.
Committed for Life came out. And after Committed for Life, they were like, yeah, hardcore's everyone's trying to sound like Minor Threat now. And
Yeah.
so it feels like there was, and I think that's an amazing period because that leads to all the innovation that kind of comes out of this rejection of things becoming too generic.
Which is what I jumped into immediately was the post-punk stuff. I went heavy into that with Birthday Party and Einstein and Abaton and SBK and all these bands. But and also the other side was the crossover stuff, like the early Slayer and early Metallica and all that stuff was becoming. That's like right when it started to get, together.
When did you first start playing music?
Like at 14, when I was 14 years old, I had a band called Teenage Waste with school, all high school buddies. And a couple of them, I went to this preppy like Catholic school, and they were kind of pseudo punk kids, but they were cool. And one guy was like Steve Jones. He combed his hair and dressed like Steve Jones. But it was great though. I mean, we had a lot of fun with that thing. We probably played, I don't know, 25 shows, maybe. There may be more. I don't even know. But we had a residency with the Sluts um, at the Rose Tattoo, this bar called the Rose Tattoo, where I saw Black Flag and I saw the Fuck Ups and tons of bands played there. It was a small little old man's like ghetto bar, but they would let us have shows because they'd sell tons of beer and we'd put on shows there.
Who did
But
the fuck ups play with? You guys or
they may have been with Verbal Abuse. I'm thinking maybe. I know Verbal Abuse, being from Texas would come up a lot, to New Orleans. A lot of those Texas bands came to New Orleans often. Verbal Abuse, MDC, and DRI, and all. I mean, that was a little later, but yeah, just
yeah,
a lot of transfer between those two states.
yeah, because in that Final Solution fanzine, they have a review of a Skunks show of the Skunks coming over.
Skunks, yeah.
So it feels, and would a lot of bands from Florida come too?
Yeah, Pensacola is like the closest kind of scene.
Yeah.
And yeah, New Orleans bands would play Pensacola, which is like 3.5 hours from here. So yeah, Pensacola was another spot. And that's kind of in the early days. That's probably why we don't get much recognition, because a lot of bands didn't tour until maybe the later '80s. Like Shell Shock did a tour, and I did a tour with them in like '86. I was their mascot roadie on that tour. That's where I met Jimmy Bauer better. I had met him, but got to know him better. And on that tour in 1986, we were like, we should play really slow and just but heavy, like hardcore, but let's piss everyone off. And that was that. So the idea for I Hate God was like 1986. But I'm off subject, of course.
No, this is like, where'd you guys go on that tour?
Everywhere. Florida, all the way up to the coast, up to Ohio and Chicago. Nebraska. I remember we played with 1096 and the Exploited. The Exploited were on like 3 of those shows. I got to know those guys really well too. Um, so yeah, it was kind of an East Coast Midwest thing. Played with No Fraud in Florida. You know, that's what I can remember still. There's not many other bands I can remember, but
It's an interesting period, 1986. I feel like 80, like you're saying, 84 to kind of like 90, when post Nirvana, I guess everything kind of changes a little bit. But it's like
yeah,
the Wild West for independent touring at that time. Like everyone's trying to figure it out still.
yeah, yeah. And I guess like Black Flag. I'm not Black Flag. Shell Shock always wanted to tour, but I've seen Black Flag like 7 times, like since '81. I saw him with Dez, but like outside the window of the Jimmy's Club. I was too young to get in, but the door was open, so I saw them. I can say I saw them. But Hatch Boy, like introducing himself to Black Flag early on, Shell Shock opened for them many times. But talking to Chuck Dukowski about touring and the routes, and he would get a lot of info from Chuck about touring. So I think they were. I mean, besides the Red Rockers tour, the Normals tried to tour. I think they went up the East Coast or something and ended in New York and broke up. So but so yeah, that's how Shell Shock I think was one of the first to tour of the hardcore scene.
It's interesting because there was such like a huge sort of first wave punk scene, and then obviously, the scene that you guys are a part of is legendary and massive. Well, at least from the outside, it appears that way. But like that
Yeah.
mid period, like apart from the Sluts and Shell Shock, there doesn't seem to be like a lot of stuff coming out of at least New Orleans.
There was um but I can't remember a lot of it. Like there was the Graveyard Rodeo was another band that started. They're a big influence on us because they had really slow, heavy parts, which was unheard of, like in a hardcore band. But they started out doing Sex Pistols covers and stuff. I mean, there was a band called the Goners, but they weren't really hardcore. They were more kind of older school punk with some fast stuff here and there. The Goners, Toxin 3 would come down all the time. We played with Toxin 3, Teenage Waste.
That's awesome. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that guy Chris passed away, I don't know, a few years ago, but they were cool, man. I found some demos online recently and I was like, wow, they were really good. I kind of wrote them off back in the day. I was just like, it's another kind of generic band, but no, their demos and stuff were really good.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
a.
seven
Oh, God,
inch,
sorry.
no, the 7 inch is obviously worth money now.
Oh, the 7 inches in
It's
one of
good.
the incredible.
Yeah,
One of the most shocking covers for a
I know,
seven
huh?
inch.
It
Very
was. Yeah,
striking.
it is striking to say the least.
Yes.
Yeah,
Were they kind of like, because like I think about the Cold, and even like some of those other early bands, like there's like guys are wearing suits. There's like everyone can play,
yeah,
and then it seems like shit gets a little gnarlier as time goes on with the bands, right? Like, was there like a
right.
point where that kind of happened, like, or is it just a gradual shift as things
I
go
would
on?
say Black Flag playing and more people getting into them. Black Flag and the Red Rockers going to LA and coming back and being more heart of a hardcore band, like live. Their record is, I love their album, Condition Red, but sadly, it's just not mixed well. And they even remixed it, I think, not long ago, but it still doesn't sound like they did live. But I
Yeah.
think that, and just us younger kids coming in too. A lot of the older punks from the first wave kind of stopped going to shows. It was kind of I mean, I don't mean to. We didn't mean to do it, but we did scare them out. I think it happened in every scene. I think like we were more violent. We were, it was just the hardcore thing, and we were reading about the LA scenes, and we wanted to emulate that. We were kids, so we're like punching new wavers and stuff. And I mean, it happens. I don't. I'm not celebrating that fact, but things did kind of change then. The younger kids kind of grew up a little bit, maybe not mentally, but physically. And then, the older punks kind of faded away, and we kind of took over, and the Red Rockers and Black Flag being major influences on us.
What did you think with the Red Rockers after they kind of, I guess, move away again and kind of moves up? I guess did they move to San Francisco the second time?
I
Or
don't know if they actually moved, but that's where they recorded their album. It was on 415 Records, which is the area code to, San Francisco. And I think they went out there and just stayed for a very long time, is what I gathered, because I've seen flyers from them playing at, the Mabuhay Gardens and all these, a bunch of different clubs out there for a kind of a time. But then they tried to go to they tried to make it big. Sorry, they tried to go commercial.
yeah.
You've heard China and all that.
Well, they were one of the first bands to have like an MTV video, I guess, too,
I
right?
think so. Yeah, the Normals. Well, MTV didn't exist when the Normals were around, but I don't think they ever like tried to make a video or anything. A lot of bands would make videos before MTV, but I don't think they did that. But yeah, for I don't know what at the time we all hated it. We were just kind of bummed. It was like one of our favorite. It was our favorite band. They had been on tour. They were cool. They dressed cool. They were great live. They didn't care if people stage diving. They didn't care. So they were just cool people. And then all of a sudden, their next record is just like total. Now you'd call it indie or something. I don't know what you'd call it, but we were just baffled. Like, we heard the rumors, but we didn't really believe it. But now I respect them for making that leap. They kind of took the chance, and they got on MTV. They got a lot of press, and then I think their second album is called Good as Gold, and that kind of just went, down, and they disappeared, broke up.
I think they even have do they have a third record, I think, or maybe it's like an unreleased
They
third?
may, I
Yeah.
was just thinking that. I was just thinking they may have tried to do a third one. Oh, Schizophrenic Circus.
Yes. Yeah.
That's their third one, yeah. But I don't even think I've even heard that one. I should look it up and check
I,
it out.
I remember buying, like, as I got Condition Red, and like you're saying, like it's got some issues, but Jello Biafra doing backup vocals on it, like
Yeah,
it was a cool record. So I bought the other two and was, yeah, pretty
yeah,
disappointed.
it's a lot different.
A
You
lot
know,
yeah. And
yeah,
it's funny when bands would do that, because I guess there's like a point where you're in this punk band and you're like, well, I guess we got to grow up now and try something new. And it,
yeah. I wonder. I just wonder, like, did someone get in their ear? Did some like big mogul get in their ear and say you could make a lot of money? Somebody flashed money, and so they saw, I think, dollar signs. But like John Griffith, the singer, one of the singers, and Darren, the two guys I knew well, they're still super cool guys. John still lives down here. He had a band called Cowboy Mouth. I'm not sure if they're still around, but they were more like kind of folky, a little punky acoustic stuff. But Cowboy kind of, well, Cowboy Mouth is their name. But I think someone got in their ear and offered him some cash, and because they just went from this, they were becoming like this, they were becoming heavier and faster, and then all of a sudden it's just like the needle scratched, and they just became complete. I don't even know how to describe it, like I said, but
it's kind of new romantic, I guess, like post Clash, I guess, in a lot of ways. And
with a lot more jangly guitar
yeah,
Clash ever had.
yeah, Clash with the American jangle pop kind of vibe.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, that's a pretty good definition of it. Yeah.
We played a show one time in Newcastle, and we met a woman who claimed to have been there at the Discharge show the day that Cal changed his vocals. And she
Oh,
said,
really?
yeah, she said he sound checked in one voice and then came back into the show in the other voice.
Are you kidding me?
That's what she said. I don't know. I don't,
Yeah.
I take it with a grain of salt, but I
If you
love the
listen,
legend.
if you listen to the old 7 inches, you can hear him gradually, like the Price of Silence. It starts getting a little higher, and then what was it? The More I See, or maybe I don't have them in order, but that's a little higher. And then I like Grave New World. I don't know why I like it, but for something weird, there was a time in my life when we listened to that, and we were baffled at why they did it. It didn't change their name or something, but we still I love the bass lines on that. That's Rainy, I think, still. Like, I heard he played the bass for that thing, then heard the vocal tracks and left his bass at the studio and never came back. He left it there. That's the rumor that I heard. I don't know if that's true, but somebody like Gabba, somebody told me that, and I was like, I believe it.
That's awesome.
But that it's something about that album. It's nostalgic for me, even though a lot of people hate that album.
Yeah, I feel like you're saying if it was another band with a different name, it wouldn't be as reviled as it is.
I think so for sure. And I mean, I was listening to metal too back then. Like new wave of British heavy metal stuff with high vocals. So I guess that's helped me get into that record too.
I think it was actually Randy from Lamb of God, when he was on the show, brought up this concept to me of the second period of American crossover. And so you have this first period of American crossover, which it's a lot of punk bands just going metal and trying to become metal bands, whereas the second wave of American crossover, it's a lot of bands bringing metal into the punk thing and trying to find ways of tastefully implementing heavy metal into punk rock, which I lump you guys into that. I lump Burn the Priest into that. 16.
Yeah, I get what he's saying with that. Yeah, I have always considered us a crossover band because that's what we were. It's kind of obvious, but some people don't see it like that. But people's definitions are, they think crossover is only Slayer or DRI, those bands, like, but they don't realize it can be any two things put together would be a crossover. So like us doing, Saint Vitus was a big influence on us, being on SST Records, that was like, wow, yeah, this is cool, And the early Black Flag stuff to me is just, that's, sacred to me. Early stuff. I do like the later stuff, but go ahead.
There's also like a lot of cool bands like Modern Warfare, who have the song Nothing.
I just listened to them today.
I love that band so much.
They're great, man. I listened to them on Spotify. I have to say that somebody's gonna kill me for that, but I used to have one of their 7 inches with that weird thing with the axe on the cover. I don't know,
the Hare Krishna drawing of the cow.
Yes,
farmer killing the man cow.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yes, I forget the name of that record, if it even had a name, but I used to own that. Yeah, years ago.
I think that band, Nothing by Negative Approach too. Like, there's certain bands that were pushing that sludgy kind of vibe in hardcore. Obviously, you guys took it to a whole new place, but I feel like that is part of hardcore's DNA, and you guys just took it to the extreme.
Well, Flipper, I mean,
yeah,
for me, I mean, I can't speak for the other guys in my band, but I was a huge Gary, our bass player, loves Flipper as well. There was a band from Boston that really influenced me called Kill Slug.
Yes.
I love Kill Slug. And I got that album in like 85. I had no idea what it was going to sound like. And the guitar tone and just the guy's vocals, Larry, rest in peace, Larry Lifeless. He's now very lifeless. But his vocals are so strange, and he did the Upside Down Cross with Jay Mascis on drums, I think. And that was a big influence on me, just that real slow, weird, atonal, some of it. I wanted Eyehategod to that way, but Jimmy's guitar playing was a little more metal. He comes from kind of a more metal scene, so it ended up how it did. So here we are.
It's interesting with Boston because the Exclaim stuff, and then obviously the Boston rock stuff gets so much attention, but there's so many weird fucked up, like Sickness, I guess, was his band before Kill Slug.
Sickness,
maybe.
Yeah.
Like, and then there's like the action record stuff. Like there's a bunch of stuff that's just
Yeah,
like weird and fucked up from Boston.
yeah. Charlie Infection from Psycho does action. He's a great guy too. He's still got like green hair and he's like 65 or something. You know, I love that. All
Well,
us old folks are still like listening. You know, like you think of old folks listening to like big band or something, but us old folks are listening to hip hop and old punk rock and hardcore. It's going to be a great day at the nursing home. You know,
yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
we're
It's
all
gonna,
playing Black Flag cranked up. But yeah, there was Morticia Morgue was another one of their bands. God, there was a few. I can't even think of all the Kill Slug. And then like Anal Cunt had something to do with them and a bunch of those bands. That was like the side of Boston, the dirty side they didn't want you to know about. They wanted you to know about the, straight edge side or something, but that's my theory,
yeah, yeah, it's
But
better marketing.
the Groinoids off of Boston, not LA. But I did the liner notes actually for a re-release of a bunch of unreleased tapes,
Oh,
demos on
that's
Limited
awesome.
Wheel Records. Yeah, and that's what I wrote in the liner notes. The story was that there was a whole other side to straight edge. There's these guys were drugged up and drunk and putting out incredible music. It was just filthy, and maybe people didn't want to go into that. I don't know.
Yeah, like there's that band Vile as well from
Right?
Boston.
Yeah,
Like a lot of like really misanthropic,
yeah.
angry music.
I lived in Boston for almost 3 years, not that long ago, in like 2018, and there's a lot of I don't know. There's just this attitude in Boston where people are grouchy, and not everyone, but you get that like fuck this, like it's just I don't know. I don't know where it comes from, but I love it. I love Boston.
It's also you kind of see it in DC, like you're saying with like or with like Obsessed and Saint Vitus and like Pussy Galore and like the stuff that was coming out of DC that was not part of the Discord world was like always a lot more fucked up, or a little
Yeah.
more edgy to it too.
No Trend.
Yeah, very true.
No Trend was an influence on me for I Hate God. That just fucked up, slow weirdness.
They're a band that I feel like is more respected now than they were
Yeah,
maybe not back then, but then a few years ago.
I agree. I think more people found out about them. I don't know how, but I know their records weren't everywhere. You couldn't find them back in the 80s. It was kind of hard to find, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so maybe with the internet, obviously it's gotten spread out more.
Yeah, and I remember buying records off a friend of mine one time. I was buying like I forget what it was, the Beaver 7 inch or something that wasn't on Discord.
I was
And
just talking about Beaver today.
that's wild.
The coincidences are strange here, man.
I know
I
exactly.
knew we should have met years ago.
I feel
But
like we've been building to this for a long time.
I think so. But go ahead, tell
No,
your Beaver story. You were listening to the
well, I was buying the record off a friend of mine, and it was pretty inexpensive. And he's like, "Yeah, because it's not on Discord.
right.
Anything that doesn't have that branding tends to get overlooked a little bit from that
Sure.
scene."
Of course. Like there was a band called Law and Order that were from somewhere in they had like a 40 song 7 inch or something. Were they
Yeah,
from Virginia?
I think Virginia or Maryland, right? Or
Maryland, yeah.
yeah,
One of those, of course. But the Beaver thing, um we were speculating, is that what Henry and Ian are remixing right now? But
ah,
I listened to it today on YouTube and I was like, it's not that great. It's okay. I mean, it's a good record. It's just not Discord standard. I wouldn't. It's not like SOA or Minor Threat.
I was thinking it might be the other Trenchmouth.
Oh, really?
There was
It's a
another
good guess.
yeah, because there's that other Trenchmouth with one word, like not the Fred Armisen Trenchmouth, like
Oh, yeah.
because they Alec was telling me that they were one of the greatest bands ever, and there's like a bunch of really good photos of them. Like that is
Oh,
based on
yeah.
nothing than the fact that he said it's 1979, I think.
Really? So
Yeah,
so Fred Armisen wasn't in the DC version, or
he
was
both
so they're
Trenchmouths are from DC. Weirdly,
weird.
yeah.
Okay,
Trenchmouth one, which I believe is Trenchmouth one word, was 79 to like 81, or maybe even 79 to 80.
I'd like
And
to hear
then
that. Yeah.
Fred Armisen's Trenchmouth, I think they were Chicago more than DC, but they were kind of like late 80s,
Okay.
and into the 90s and stuff. But
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
I've been
I didn't know that.
speculating on what that could be too. I've been thinking like, what unheralded,
Yeah.
undiscovered gem from DC past could this
The
be?
first thing I thought of was because I remember a Discord ad in some zine. This is back in the early '80s, and it said "Coming soon, Beaver."
Oh,
And to this day, I've been like, "Where? What is this thing?" But I've listened to what I assume is the band because they say like Georgetown sucks, and it's got
yeah,
to be the same band.
yeah.
Yeah, and
It
I think like Law and Order, they just got ignored. So yeah, it's probably not that. It sounds like Trenchmouth could
it
be it.
could. There's also like the other thing I'd love to see them put out was there's the first show that HR sang for the Bad Brains where they cover Viletone's Screaming Fist, and it's awesome. Like I'd love it to be that too.
I would
So
love. That's another thing. I was reading about Canada today. I love the Viletones. That song never feels sad. I just love that song. It's not a hard ripper or nothing, but it's a good song. I like all their stuff. That EP, The Possibilities, is amazing. But the Bad Brains covering it, I knew they were fans, but
yeah, they cover it on the first show with HR singing, and then they also Alec was saying that there's a recording somewhere of them covering it with Ian and Henry singing on it too.
oh,
So
hmm,
I don't know. This could just be
interesting.
my fantasy that this is what they're doing too. So,
That's mine too. Yeah,
yeah.
that would be great. Yeah, to hear that.
It's interesting with the vile tones because I just went actually to the memorial art show for Stephen Lucky, the singer who passed away
Yeah,
today.
he wished me happy birthday once on
Oh,
Facebook.
that's
I was
amazing.
like, I don't know why, and I wrote him back, and we talked for a bit, and I lost touch with him, but
Oh, that's incredible to hear because
yeah, very weird.
I bet he was a fan. You know, I wouldn't have you guys.
You know what's weird? Like people I wouldn't expect to know of us have been fans. Like Sue Catwoman, she just passed away. She
Oh
was an
yeah.
I Hate God fan. I've hung out with her many times,
Well,
and that not to change the subject from the Voltones,
no,
but
please.
just people that I'm like shocked that they knew who we were, or you know,
I feel like to me, you guys are. I don't know. Like I can't. One of the most important underground bands from
that's amazing.
that
Yeah,
period and beyond. Like I feel like I can remember the first time I ever heard your name. I just discovered community radio, and I was
yeah,
listening to a show, and there was like a call-in show was discussing your band name, and it was just
yeah, oh
people
yeah,
call in being like, "What's the deal with this band? Are they Satanists or like,
right, yeah,
just people trying to figure it out?" And it was so that was like my first memory of I Hate God was like this band that was steeped already in this lore,
that's
and
great. Yeah,
yeah, it just feels like I was looking at kind of like the history of I Hate God 7 inches, and to me the 3 7 inches you put out, the four, the splits too, are
yeah,
like on like the four most interesting independent labels in America around that time period. Like I feel like there's just so much stuff that
yeah. The
I don't want to dive into.
bovine, yeah, right. Bovine was Action and Slap a Ham.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
Hydra Head too for the anal cunt
Hydra
split a
Head.
little later, but yeah, like to
Yeah,
me, to like, and it also like I guess jumping back in I Hate God for a second. Why did you guys do the first LP on Intellectual Convulsion Records?
because they offered us money, basically. Well,
What is?
I used to send the demos out to labels,
Mm,
and I remember sending it to Roadrunner and just, I can't even remember how many labels, but they all were pretty much like, no, we were too noisy, and then I guess, but so I would get the rejection letters, but this French label who also did Drunks with Guns, uh, first album, I believe, and
yeah, Oh no, I don't think so. I think it's their, yeah, maybe the first, no, second LP, maybe. It's like the one from the
Maybe, yeah.
90s, right?
Yeah. We ended up playing with them not that long ago, which was cool.
Oh,
We
that's
talked about that
awesome.
label and everything. But yeah, this guy just was like immediately like, I'll send you, it was like $1,500. He sent it to us. And we recorded that album on like $1,000, and split the rest. But that was why we went with them. They were really the only ones wanting to do vinyl of it. And they did CDs later.
Are you guys the first release on that label too, though? Or are they?
I think so. I think Drunks with Guns, I Hate God, and Misery from Minneapolis were the first three records. I don't know if we're first or one of those bands.
I think you guys are first. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. But it disappeared. That label, I don't know what happened to that guy. I've been to France many times and I asked about him, and no one knows anything about the guy or where he's at.
It's a weird label because it also did Atomic 61.
Oh, did it? I've lost track of them. So really, Atomic 61.
Yeah, which was like the guy from Mr. Ep and the Calculation, Mark Arm's first band.
Yes, yeah. I've
Um,
heard that. I know
and
about that.
and they're like a band that I think, largely forgotten to the sands of time, but a band that I find really interesting. And they also did the Dazzling Killman record too.
Right. That's right. They did do that. I've been in touch with that guy, Nick from Dazzling Killman. He just sent me a shirt.
Oh,
They're back together. Those guys are playing around and we're trying to get shows together.
an intellectual convulsion tour all these years after the fact. Get Misery on it too.
Right. Get Misery on it. I don't think they do anything, do they? Or I don't
I
know.
don't know, but it's such a cool, weird roster of bands for this, like you're saying, this label that just pops up, puts out
Yeah.
a lot of really weird records, not necessarily at all in the same genre,
No, no.
and then just disappears.
It is strange. I've got to hear that Atomic 61 thing. I've never heard it or knew any. I kind of lost track with the guy, so I didn't know. I didn't see any more ads for his label or anything.
I think they did a record on Sympathy for the Record Industry as well later on, but it's kind of like blues informed, kind of
Oh yeah.
punk rock stuff.
Okay.
It's got some interesting vocals on it. Like they're
I'd like to hear that.
yeah, they put out a bunch of stuff. They've got a Christmas record too. So
Really?
yeah, it's not who every great band is when you put on that Christmas record. So
Right. Well, you guys did a Christmas song, right?
we've
Yeah.
done a few. Yeah, we
You've done a
are.
few.
Yeah, we're susceptible to any gimmick as a
Well,
band.
Jimmy's wanted to put out a Christmas album since we started, and I'm just like, no. But I mean, maybe if it's the right song, I don't know.
That
Or
would replace the King Diamond Christmas record as the greatest Christmas record of all time.
is that the Black Christmas thing? What's it called?
No Presents for Christmas.
No presents for Christmas, right? Yeah,
So good. And
yeah.
so did you guys have a demo tape, or are you just sending like pre-record or like just dubs of recordings?
We did a demo in a studio. That was we called it the Lack of Almost Everything demo. It had a cover and everything, but it was never like produced like in any kind of quantity. It was always if someone wrote, we would send them the copy for like $2 or something. It was due to Chris Dodge reviewing us in Maxim Rock and Roll that we even got that attention. And we did another one which was just a rehearsal. Wait, I may be confused about that. One of them was called Garden Dwarf Woman Driver. I don't know why it's called that, but and it had the cover had a picture of Bob Hope or Bing Crosby, I think, on it. I don't know what that was all about. That was the early days of the band. But yeah, so we had those two things. We were actually like getting mail. I was getting mail and people were buying these things. I would just dub a copy and make a cover for it. And so they were never like, there's not copies. There's copies floating around, but it's all the wrong song titles mostly. And people have added like intros and outros like on YouTube. I was like, what is this? And people think it's us, but it's not. It's us, but they've switched everything around for some weird reason.
That's strange. I've never even seen a copy of that show up anywhere. Like I mean, like
No,
a of the cover even.
Yeah. The cover of Lack of Almost Everything was kind of stolen, I think, from Hellhammer. We didn't think, we were like, let's just take it was a guy hanging from a tree. It's like, or maybe it wasn't even stolen. Maybe we just both used the same image. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't like produced and I sold them at gigs or anything. It was just when people wrote, I'd dub them up a copy.
That's so wild. Like, did you guys have the sound right away on those first demos? Like immediately?
The way those tapes sound, I mean, yeah, kind of like the first album is like those songs,
It's
which
great.
is before we could really even play. I'd been singing in bands since I was 14, but I didn't know a lot of timing and, stuff like intricacies and things like that of being in a band, like do it recording in a studio. I'd never been in a real studio like for the first album. And that album's kind of just like parts put together, because it's like a slow part and then a fast part. And then but yeah,
It's
forgot
such
your question already.
well, no, it's such a confident record. Like I think you guys are like right away, the band, like it doesn't surprise me you're getting mail right away because as soon as you hear that record, you're like, holy shit, where's this been?
I think we seemed confident because we just didn't care.
Yeah.
Like we really just didn't care. On that first album was like, let's just do this, and this guy's gonna put it out in France. We all were in other bands. I was in Crawl Space at the time. Jimmy, I forget what he was. I think he was in Shell Shock, I guess, or maybe that had ended. I'm not sure. Maybe I think that had ended. But everybody was kind of doing their own thing, and we did this first album just to see what would happen for the fun. It was like they offered to bring us, well, not in, when Century Media picked it up, the same album, they offered to bring us to Europe. So we, of course, were like, sure, we didn't think it would last almost 40 years.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that it has. And we do care now. We care a little bit now. We still don't care that much, but we care more than we did.
So does Century Media immediately kind of hear the record and sign you guys like shortly after it kind of comes out?
Yeah, they must have heard the Intellectual Convulsion record. And we were getting like press and like I was getting interviewed by like these European magazines and zines and America as well. Like people were starting to trade the tape around. Like I'd send a guy a tape and he would dub it for 20 other people, I'm sure. So like we were getting it out there and we didn't sound like much around at the time. So I think it got attention that way. I don't know how Century Media heard about it. I don't think I sent them, I don't think I even knew who they were until I got a phone call one day and they were asking if they could put out the first album again. And I don't know if we had, I think they said they would give us money for Take Is Needed for Pain or something like that to record a second album. So, and Take Is Needed for Pain is where we kind of learned how to write songs, like the songs are well better structured than the first record. And
But between the two records, you also do the Drip demo and the Never demo, or I guess Never's just a jam session.
yeah, Never was never meant to be out there, really. That was in like 93 when I was like living in Brooklyn, and it's got members of 13, Kirk from Buzz Ovens on it, and Jimmy and me and Alicia from 13. And it was just basically one riff, I think, over and over, and then there's two songs maybe. I just got Julio from Triple Bastards and FOAD wants to put that stuff out. And I'm
It's
like,
sick. It is fucking
really?
awesome. Oh my
It's
god, it's
the
awesome.
Never thing I know is just the vocals are really loud. And I was like, if we could find a master copy somehow, I don't think we can, but if we could remix it somehow. He wants to put out the Eyehategod demos and everything, but all I know about is like multi-generation versions of those. The Drip thing too. Drip was just on us out of the blue because we were all getting into Helmet around that time. We were all like Helmet fucking rules. They were like our favorite band for a couple months, So Jimmy wanted to go in and he'd written all these riffs with this guy in Atlanta, Ross, and there's no bass on that record. There's bass, it's bass keyboard on the drip demo
Oh,
stuff.
that's
Also,
awesome.
the song titles mostly are wrong. If you see that online, I'd have to get with Ross and see what the real song titles are. But yeah, somebody, I think the same person did that to I Hate God and Drip. But Drip was also known as Sister Morphine for a while, like the Rolling Stones song. It's kind of a little too serious of a name, though, I guess, for what we were doing.
Is drip a reference to drugs too, or no?
Not really. I didn't think so at the time. Um, the cover of the demo, which we probably made 20 copies of, was a faucet, just a picture of an old faucet, you know? So I think that was kind of the idea. Just what that was something we were doing that we really didn't put much thought in, you know? Like I think I was reading out of a Bukowski book in the studio. I don't think I wrote lyrics for any of it. And I wrote the song titles, the real song titles that are out there somewhere. But yeah, I don't think there was any lyrics.
Your vocals sound great on it though.
To me, people have said that, but I think they're like high pitched sounding. But that's, when you hear your own self, it's always weird to listen to yourself. But yeah, yeah, that can, I mean, it's a cool little thing, the drip thing. People
Yeah,
like it.
yeah, like I feel like well, you've done like so many bands outside of I Hate God, obviously, as well.
Yeah,
And
I have. Yeah,
it's
I'm
like
proud of that. Yeah,
well, and I feel like you're like and I said this to a couple different singers over the years, but I like you're like an auteur vocalist. Like I can always tell it's you, but you're taking what you do and applying it differently in all these
yeah,
different projects.
yeah. I do. I try to. I try. I mean, I know I'm gonna sound like me, but yeah, like I'm trying to do lyrics a little different, or for all these bands.
You're not going to
But
Red Rockers or Cal us.
what's that?
You're not going to Red Rockers or Cal discharge us.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think I could if I wanted to.
That's why you're my hero because I definitely can if I wanted to. So,
Yeah,
um, and then after Take Is Needed for Pain comes out, it feels like, well, then you've got that run of all those 7 inches afterwards and a lot of comp tracks coming out. Like it feels like it
yeah,
kind of explodes for the band a little bit at that
yeah.
point.
That was like '93, and that's when we started like really touring. Was '93. We went to Europe for the first time ever. We toured all over the United States like multiple times that year. Just we did toured with COC that year. We toured. I think we did 2 European tours that year. I don't remember, but we went over. I dropped off a tour. We were over there with a pitch shifter, and it just was going really badly. And not to mention, I had drug problems at the time, so I ended up canceling that. And I dropped off. But as soon as we got back to America, we got on the COC tour in America, so that was cool. That was like late '93 or '94, maybe.
My
But yeah,
friend,
things started picking up. Yeah.
I've traded tapes with a friend of mine, Cameron, years ago, and he gave me a tape of you guys playing. And it's been so long since I saw it since on VHS, but like I think you came out and smashed 2 bottles against your head, or maybe it's 1 bottle against your head at the start of the set.
Yeah.
Bust yourself
Something
open
like
pretty
that.
badly. Was was that something you did nightly, or is that something that's kind of like part of the regular show experience for you early on?
Back then it wasn't regular, but it was, that whole self-abuse trip. And I didn't do it all the time, but there's photos from about 3 or 4 shows where I'm bleeding like that. It was the anti-scene kind of thing, the just kind of copping that whole thing and stealing that.
Well, I copied it from you too when we started playing. I didn't do it with a whiskey bottle ever. Like I saw the bottle used in the one video I saw looked very thick. I only did it with beer bottles. And then
Yeah.
I realized that the pro wrestlers were using blades, razor blades.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to smash yourself with a bottle. You can just cut yourself a little bit and bleed that
Right.
way.
I don't know. At the time, I mean, I liked it. I liked the pain. It just, there was some bad years for me, like, just a lot of depression and anxiety. And I mean, that's where all this music comes from anyway. I've since healed a bit, but back then it was just like I just wanted to feel miserable. But I don't think I ever did a whiskey bottle. That would probably break my skull, but maybe it was something else. I don't know.
That's my imagination filling in the details since I last
Yeah.
watched that VHS. But
Yeah.
and obviously I'm doing it for different reasons, and you were doing it, but I feel like for me it was also a way of taking control of that situation and dealing with
Sure.
the anxiety.
Yeah. Yeah, it is because, it kind of gives you a strength after you do it. You kind of feel like I can do anything. My band weren't too happy about it ever. They were kind of mortified at that, but they got used to it after a while. Then I stopped doing it. I haven't done that in ages. But usually, like, it would get cut, and then, like, for the rest of the tour, every night the same thing would open up. So it would be, continuing. And I've gotten stitches for that, a few times.
Especially going to Europe and stuff where you're like on the road in other
Yeah,
places where you can't necessarily take care of yourself
yeah, yeah.
in those situations, and it's like infections and all sorts of things can kind of come out of
Yes,
it.
that's definitely happened for sure. Yeah,
But it's also something that goes back to Iggy Pop, right? We talked about the viol tone. Steve Leckie used to do it. Like
sure.
it's part of like the bloodletting ritual is definitely part of punk.
And that's what I would try to tell people. That they would go, "Oh, GG, right?" And I'm like, "No." I'm like, Darby Crash, the Valtones, no one had heard of, but they'd heard of the Germs,
Yeah.
and that the Iggy, of course. It's just just shocking punk rock stuff.
GG Allin must have come through New Orleans a few times, right?
We opened for him, yeah.
Oh, what was that like?
It was great. It really was great. I mean, the first thing that attracted me about him was his music, because I'm a huge Dead Boys fan, all that early punk stuff, and then like the proto punk stuff, even, the, of course, the like New York Dolls and MC5. That's my favorite stuff. But so when I first heard Gigi, I'm like, wow, this is like good rock and roll with a punk edge. Then I start reading more about him, and then hearing it, I'm like, wow, the lyrics are intense. I think it's before I heard about him before he even started with the his main the shitting is what I'm getting at here. So when that was happening, I'm just like, wow, this is bizarre. But I think I saw him 3 times here in New Orleans. And one of those times we opened. So
When
yeah.
he when he first came, had he crossed the brown line at that point, or is he
Mhm.
still? Oh, so it was already doing that.
Yeah. I think he came twice in 92, maybe, or maybe 91, 92, and then 93. When we played with him, he died like a month later.
Wow.
Because we played with him in June of 93. I think he died towards the end of that month or something.
Yeah, it's also interesting because there's obviously Gigi, but then there's all these regional GG Allins that you hear about where there's like
Yeah.
a local musician that was kind of doing the same sort of, maybe not quite to Gigi's level, but
Yeah, I
had
don't
their
think
own shtick.
anybody. Yeah, I don't think anybody's ever gotten to that level, as far as I know. I
No.
used to find these cassettes when I was on tour, maybe up in Midwest somewhere. This band Vomitos. Well,
Oh,
that was one of his tattoos. It was Vomitos, and apparently that guy was trying to be a GG Allin copy, kind of. You know, there's many of them out there.
yeah, Bloody Mess in the Scabs from
Yeah,
Chicago or DeKalb or
I just ordered a shirt from Bloody. He did a shirt of one of their old 7 inches. I thought it was cool.
that's awesome. There's
Yeah.
like you're saying, there's like I can't remember the restraints from Atlanta, and they had a singer who used to brandish a gun on stage and inject himself with insulin in his head during their set.
Really? What? Wow, that's performance art.
Yeah,
That's really out there.
yeah, that's the best thing about this music. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, you got a gimmick? Get up there, kids, show the world.
Sure. I mean, I still get in trouble for all the old stuff we've done with, but that's me bringing the old punk rock thing into I Hate God, the shock value part of it. Now, I guess the kids call it edgy. That's what it's called now, edge lord stuff. But I mean, back then, it was shock value, and I don't know. It just to me that was part of punk to me. Like it was a different time. Like the kids today, God bless them. I love the kids. I love that they're carrying on punk, but they could never understand what it was like. It was a different energy. The times were different.
It was also like a small thing. So like you're saying, there's 200 people in most of these given scenes that are around. So like people are kind of in on the joke, or maybe not necessarily in on the joke, but at least they understand what
Right.
it is.
Sure.
And it feels like, yeah, like now, like to try and explain and contextualize some of this stuff, like GG Allin, or like even some more extreme stuff, it just becomes really difficult because
Yeah.
it's such a bigger world looking at this thing now.
Like the Angry Samoans or the Mentors or bands like
Yes.
that. Like
Yeah.
I'm sure some of these kids can't deal with that at all, but Angry Samoans are one of my favorite bands. I mean, their lyrics are completely offensive, but they're such a great punk, kind of poppy punk band. Like they're really fucking great.
Have you watched that Mentors documentary that came out?
I have. It's been a while, but I saw it. Yeah.
It makes you kind of realize that maybe them and the Angry Simones were on different pages in terms of like their
Yeah.
beliefs in the lyrics.
Oh, yeah. I think so.
The Mentors thing was like weird because like it's one of the few documentaries that I've watched and came out with less understanding of the band and for the band.
Right. Right. I've hung out with El Duce before,
Whoa.
and he was just drunk, of course. But it was fun at the time.
There's very few people in the history of rock and roll to me that have more of an interesting place in it than El Duce, right? Like he's
Oh
in that
yeah,
band with the Screamers guys back in Seattle.
the Whiz Kids or
The
something,
Whiz
or
the it was he was in the Tupperwares, which was like the
Tupperwares.
dudes from the
Okay,
Whiz Kids, and like
right.
and then he's like sweeping the floor at the Mask, and then he's part of this like metal kind of explosion.
Yeah,
And then depending on what you may or may not believe, he's involved in one of the alleged biggest conspiracies in the history of this music as
right.
well.
I still don't know if that's true, or is he just bullshitting us, or
I thought it was a lot more bullshit until I watched that Mentors documentary. And by the time they're done that Alan Wrench interview, you're pretty
right.
convinced that Alan Wrench killed El Duce.
Yeah, that's a whole thing too.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. I need to watch that Mentors thing again. I've seen the Kurt and Courtney movie, of course, and that clip over and over. But it's the Alan Wrench guy. I don't know if he's just really trying to make you think he got away with it or something, because he was interviewed by police. I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah.
and like they couldn't hold him or anything. So
Yeah, his story is that he got into a fight with El Duce, and then El Duce's like, "Can you drive me to the train tracks?" And then he dropped El Duce off at the train tracks, and El Duce was hit by a train.
oh yeah,
So there's a lot of a
huh.
lot of weird gaps in that story, I feel like. But
I have
um,
a friend. I had a band called Suffocation by Filth
mhm.
in that like 86, 87. We were like crossover, but we did a Discharge cover and a Bad Brains cover. So we were like really crossover. But that guy died about maybe 10 years ago. They found him on the railroad tracks, like, decapitated and everything. Good friend of mine. But there's also, they never went and investigated it. I don't know why, but there was also the thought that he may have been killed first and dragged onto there. So that's what I always thought. El Duce may have been super drunk, and they either drunk and passed out and they put him on the tracks, or he was killed before. And who knows? We'll never know, I guess.
That's what Fat Mike speculates, that he was killed before and laid on the tracks. And
It's possible. And, it
yeah,
is possible.
were your vocals the same in that band, in the crossover band?
They were starting to be. I think there's a few practice songs somewhere online. Yeah, I'll try to find it and send you a link. Um, it's it's practice room quality. I think my voice was higher. It's never been like a low deep voice. It's still pretty high screechy screaming. But I think back then it was even more so. I was younger. So yeah, but I'll try to find that.
You're one of those vocalists that I think just after you guys start putting out records and they sort of start spreading, I think there's so many people, myself included, that you're an influence on or that try and emulate your vocal style.
I don't know. I mean, I guess so.
I
I've
think
heard that.
it was a new approach, like it was just like you're saying, like the band was so unique and your approach to the vocal in the band was so unique.
Yeah,
So,
I was just letting go, just I wasn't trying to sound like anyone. I was just screaming for my life, basically, like that's the only way I can put it. I wasn't, I mean, I'm influenced by all sorts of singers. Paul Rogers from Free, he's got a great voice. Alice Cooper's early stuff. HR, that I love. Dez is my hero. But I wasn't trying to sound like any of them. Maybe some of that comes out somewhere, but I don't think so. It's just a painful shriek.
yeah.
It's what it seems to me.
Yeah, but it's also like the way you kind of like phrase things. Like I think obviously being a lead singer in a band, I try and
Yeah,
approach it like a guitarist would, where I try and like look at other vocalists and how they do things. And
sure.
yeah,
I
I
do
think
the same
you,
thing. Yeah.
yeah, you brought a lot of cool shit to it that I've definitely
Thank you,
aped.
man. That's awesome.
How did the 7-inch with Bovine come about?
I I guess the guy just wrote us. And we had done all these demos, like I think I'm not sure what songs even on that one.
It's the Ruptured Heart Theory 7-inch.
Oh, that's the Ruptured Art Theory.
Yeah.
I think that's from this session we did. We called it the Southern Discomfort demos. We went in the studio called the Egyptian Room, and it was an old shrine. Not the Shriners. Who's
The Masons.
the Masons? They had a room in that place. Yeah. So because
Oh,
it was the Egyptian Room, they had another one named something else. But whatever. We went there to record and just did like 8 songs or something. And not they were on a DAT tape, just doing nothing. Like nothing happened with it. So I started, I guess, Charlie from Action, the guy from Bovine, I forget his name, but and Chris Dodge like asked if we could do a 7-inch, and I was super excited to do those. And I put them all together myself and went to actually this guy Jim Welch who worked at Epic Records helped me separate the songs on different DATs to mail off, and get that done. And 2 of them have 13 on the back because that was my girlfriend at the time. So I had to put her on the there. I love that band, 13. They should have not ended.
oh, they're awesome. I love 13
Yeah,
too.
they're really good.
Bovine as a label, like from Boris to Turbo Negro to like Spaz and Brutal Truth to you guys, like it's a label that really put out some of the cream of the crop of international music around that time period.
I didn't know much about them. Still to this day, I don't. Like, I didn't know they put out those bands.
Yeah, that's like a really weird label, right? From Madison, I think, Wisconsin, if I'm
Yeah,
not mistaken.
Wisconsin. I've met the guy, but I mean, 90s. I met him early 90s.
Yeah, he had a really good ear. I think he was in Thug was his band, if I'm not
They
mistaken.
were on some of the comps he
Yeah,
put out. Thug, yeah.
and he just had this ear for picking, to me, like some of the more interesting bands from that time period. And once again, not necessarily stuff that sounds the same, but
Right.
bands that would all go on to become important.
Yeah, that's true. Same with you've interviewed Chris from Pessimizer, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Cry Now, Cry Later records. We were on 2 of those, maybe, or maybe just the one, but he had the same thing. He found all these bands and
I feel like he's someone that is being validated in this period where people are discovering like a lot of them and despise you especially too,
Yeah.
like a lot of it felt like at the time like a lot of this stuff was more marginal compared to like the Victory Records or the I don't know, epithet kind of punk stuff that was kind of happening. Like this was sort of like it was true underground music back then.
Yeah.
But now it just feels like this whole generation of kids that weren't necessarily around for it are discovering all these bands. Like I took my middle kid to an art school open house the other day,
Yeah.
and they were talking to these sort of grade 12 girls afterwards, and these girls were recommending to my middle kid, like, have you heard Acid Path? Have you heard
Really?
Eyehategod? Like, yeah. And I'm like, what kind of world are we living in? This is
That
amazing.
is crazy, man. Well, we've noticed our crowd become younger and younger. I mean, that's one thing, we're getting older, but at the same time, it's like kids, coming to the all ages shows we do. It's amazing. It's like a third generation or maybe fourth generation of these kids coming. And that's not hurting right now, like them getting back together. That's, keeping us alive even longer, like, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess the Vice documentary that happened a few years ago, or
Yeah, yeah.
10 years ago now, 11 years ago, like sort of put not a name on it, but like it helped kind of like identify this scene for people from outside of it,
Yes.
and just feels like it's just grown exponentially since then.
I get a lot of kids telling me they saw that documentary.
Yeah, that
Yeah, so that's the one way to get it out there. It's great.
yeah, like for all the stuff that people say about Vice, which is a lot of it's justified, negative. I feel like that noisy documentary stuff was just so awesome. Like the fact that there was a documentary all about this New Orleans music scene that's like an hour and a half interviewing all these bands, and it's like
Yeah, it's well done. That thing's
great.
very well done.
Oh, it's amazing. And like you don't really have that kind of content coming out now anymore. I guess it's left to just kids on YouTube to make their own micro version of it.
That's true. I've watched all. Was Andy part of that, right? Or
Yeah,
someone?
I think
He
Andy.
wasn't there that day, but or when they were in New Orleans, but I've seen all the hip hop ones he's done, the noisy ones. They're all great. They're really well done.
Yeah, Andy and I first kind of connected over you guys and Integrity, loving I Hate God and Integrity. That was
That
like,
makes total sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
and he gave me a flyer for the first after you got out of being locked up. He gave me a flyer for the first show you guys played back, I think.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, he went down for the show and he
Yeah.
came back and gave me a flyer for it.
I remember Vice though. I have nothing bad to say about Vice because I mean, knowing Andy Capper, I mean, he's a great guy, but going back to maybe 90, 94, 95, not, I mean 93, 94, 95, something like that. Vice was putting us in the magazine. I think they thought we were, this anomaly weird band, so like there was a maze, an I Hate God maze in one of them. Like you had to go through it and find the drugs at the end. And it was just all like voodoo stuff. And like, I can't remember. I wish I had a copy of that, but yeah, they were being like little write-ups here and there. And then finally he came down and interviewed Gary and all that. That was when I was locked up. But he was at that show and he wrote a huge article in the London Observer, which was awesome.
Yeah.
He sent me a copy of that. It was really cool. That was way back now.
I think Sarush, one of the founders of Vice, was a huge I Hate God fan.
Really?
At one point,
I didn't know that.
Vice, when they first moved to New York, they
Yeah,
took on the distribution for all of Man's Ruin records.
didn't know that either. Oh,
And then Vice, has been through several near bankruptcies, went
sure.
through one, lost the warehouse with all the Man's Ruin product in it.
Oh, wow.
So
This is when Kozik was still alive, or
yes, yeah, it was
oh,
when I think this might have played a part in the end of Man's Ruin.
oh, wow. It may have. It's
Yeah, because
Jesus Christ.
a
Yeah.
lot of records got lost during that period. But there was, I know Sarush had a deep love for all the sort of like heavy stuff that was kind of coming out back then. And like Yeah,
Yeah,
you're talking about that sort of misanthropic kind of energy of the 90s, and I think Vice completely, that's what they tapped into, right? Like they were
yeah,
like, they found a way to like take Answer Me and make it look like Spin Magazine. And
sure. That's a great description. Yeah, we found we had an affinity for them because they were putting us in their magazine for one thing, this huge magazine, but we love the magazine as well. Just the strangeness of Vice and they would go right to the edge of stuff. They were not afraid to put things in there that the public probably shocked a few people.
it was a really cool time to be like, I was like a teenager at that point, right? Like grabbing Vice and getting in like Josh from my band, when he was on the podcast, talked about the idea of the real red pill, and like the idea that punk rock is the real red pill because it allows you to completely escape from society and realize like, oh, everything is way cooler over here than it was on the other side of this thing. And so to be 17, to be picking up that magazine, seeing Gummo and like in the theater and hearing you guys on the soundtrack to that movie, like it felt like
Yeah,
I don't need the mainstream. I got this whole other world that I can exist in now.
I was going to bring that up. Like that Vice and Gummo, in my head, they're in the same kind of sphere. Harmony Korine was a fan, is what I had heard, and I was living up there, and I knew I was working for Metal Maniacs magazine, and we had heard that Harmony Korine likes my band, and he hadn't done many movies at the time, but I knew who he was from. I used to read Film Threat. Film Threat was one of my favorite magazines. They've gone to get commercial now, but they were pretty edgy when they first came out.
I have every issue of Film Thread
Do
except
you?
for issue number one. Yeah,
Oh
I
man, I
love that
wish I had
magazine.
mine. I wish I still had mine. Necromantics, that movie, like Necromantic, yeah, was one of our favorite movies. Like down here, like the soundtrack to that record too is just disturbing as hell.
I like the there's so many videos, but do you remember Chicken Hawk, the documentary about Nambla that they did?
I do remember that. I don't think I've ever seen it, but I know it's got to be creepy as hell. Yeah, the
One of the most upsetting things I've ever seen. Like you're talking about, there's this like, and now you just lump it in as edge lord, but it felt like at the time it was just people trying to push these envelopes as far as you could, and that, yeah, I saw Chicken Hawk and I'm like, yeah, I think the envelope has been pushed a little too far for me after this documentary. I don't know.
right. That's probably why I never watched it. I have heard of it, but I never searched it out. But I think there was a lot of stuff like that going on, like from the Richard Kern movies, the Nick Zed, and all that New York stuff that was going on. It just kind of was, everything's a little darker and edgier, as you said, and just it all kind of goes into. There was zines like Answer Me, of course, but there was other zines too that were just really strange and disturbing that I liked.
Like it was a cool, yeah, cool, but it was like an interesting period for culture because like all this technology, which had been previously in the hands of I guess stakeholders that would not have allowed certain pieces of art to be made like this, or would be
Yeah,
like, why would you want to produce this GG Allin documentary?
right.
Now people have this technology to just circumvent it, and then they had their own distribution network through Film Threat, so they could get it out to the world. So
Yeah.
it was almost like a true alternative economy for a minute there.
I think that all comes from punk rock as well. Like, just the ethos and the ethos of all that just underground stuff getting spread. And I mean, there's a connection there somehow. I can't lead directly, but, just, when they're calling this thing is punk rock, but it's not a band or music, or it's like, it's got that attitude and you know what I mean?
Yeah, oh, for sure. I'm
Yeah.
like, I guarantee. I'm trying to remember the editor of Film Threat's name, but I'm guarantee he
I
was into
know,
punk at some point, right? Like,
probably. I would think so. But that magazine was totally punk. I mean, just all underground films, no commercial Hollywood bullshit in there. You know,
and then Larry Flint bought it and ruined it.
Oh, did he? Because
Yeah.
I didn't know what I lost track of it somehow. I couldn't find copies. I used to order my copies, and I ended up moving so many times, and I didn't see it anywhere. But is that what happened? Larry bought it.
Larry Flint bought that and Big Brother Skateboard Magazine, which was the best skateboarding magazine back
Yeah,
then, or like at least one of the more interesting ones, and
yeah, for sure.
ran him into the ground very quickly.
We got interviewed by those Big Brother guys back in sometime in like mid '90s, and I had no idea who they were, but apparently it was like some of the main Jackass guys.
Yeah,
And I've met those guys now, and I didn't even know who they were. But they were like, they interviewed us, and then everybody starts drinking and partying. We were at the Century Media House, like where their offices were. And those guys are like up on the roof and like throwing things off. And now I get it. I put two and two together. I'm like, oh, that was the Jackass guys. I had no idea. But that they came later, of course, the show.
well,
And all.
and all the Jackass guys came out of different punk scenes too, like Danger Aaron's with the Melvins. Uh,
Oh, really?
yeah,
Really?
Steve-O was with. Oh, I can't believe I'm Word Salad. Remember that
The
band?
band from Albuquerque.
Yeah,
Really?
Steve-O was tight with all those guys.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, so they all like were kind of like from different sort of disparate little punk scenes that,
Yeah,
but all like you said, like they all had that kind of like punk energy where, I'm
sure.
just gonna go and do this dumb thing, film it, and someone's gonna want to watch it.
Yeah, I remember one of those guys was on like the Tonight Show or something. It was probably Steve-O and one of the other guys, and he's wearing a Black Flag shirt. And I'm just like, I didn't know much about them. I'd seen the show, but I'm like, wow, that's really cool. I knew there was a connection. There had to be.
Yeah.
The energy those guys have and going to hardcore and punk, the energy, all just made sense.
When I guess it's like skateboarding too was so connected to
Well,
punk,
yeah,
right?
of course, yeah.
Was there much of a skateboarding scene in New Orleans?
Not much of one. If there is or was, I was when I had stopped skating. I skated for a few years when I was like 15 to like maybe 17. And I was just a street skater. We would just get on our boards and go cause trouble around town, as a 15, 16-year old. We weren't like my friend, the one I told you on the railroad tracks, he could skate half pipes and stuff, but I never got to that. I was just having fun, Santa Cruz 10 by 30. That was my thing, you know. And I don't know. It was
It,
fun.
yeah, it's like it's interesting. Like I feel like New Orleans would be like the place I'd love to see a book about the punk scene, or obviously that Vice movie, but it's like something that's more kind of focused on the evolution of the kind of like the punk stuff there, because it doesn't have that skateboarding stuff. Like it's just so unique in kind of the way it
Right.
develops.
Well, there's a movie been in progress for, I shouldn't say progress, but been in the works for years now, called Almost Ready, after the Normals song.
Yeah.
And it's like the story of New Orleans punk rock. I've been interviewed for it, and it's just stopped. Like production stopped. There's not enough money or something. They don't have money to do it. And there's tons of people to interview, still. And but there's a Facebook page for it, the New Orleans punk rock scene. I think it's called 76 to 80 or something like that.
Damn, this is why
But,
we need Noisy.
yeah, I know. I mean, it would be great though, like if they could get, because I think they did mostly the very early stuff, like the Normals, but getting to like they started going into like Red Rockers, Sluts, stuff like that. But there's stuff after that, that's not done yet. Like Dave Turgeon from the Sluts was going to sing for Black Flag
Whoa.
right before Henry. Yeah, this is a true story. You can find clips of it. I'll have to find something and send it if you can't find it. He was asked to sing because Black Flag used to always stay at Turgeon's house, Dave, also known as Dave Slut. But they would stay with him. He was a crazy singer, and he had this like 100-foot mic cord, and he would jump around and like bounce off of walls and things and pogo around, but he would take the mic cord and go outside of the club, and he'd be like out in the street singing, you know. Their lyrics are pretty offensive as well. That was an early band that did that. But Black Flag would stay at his house almost every time they played here in the, you know, I'm not sure, starting in 81 maybe. And yeah, they liked Dave enough personally and his vocals in the Sluts and his performance that they asked him to join Black Flag. So he went up. There's a recording of him in Philly singing, I think clocked in at the it's clocked in, right?
Yeah.
Devo's clocked out. Devo's
Yeah.
clocked out.
Yeah.
Black Flag clocked in.
Yeah.
I get them mixed up. But so yeah, he sang like one song at the Electric Banana in, I think it's Philly or Pittsburgh or
Pittsburgh, I
something.
think, the Electric Banana.
Okay.
Wow,
And
that's fucking great.
I just knew I was rooting for him. And because you know, we were all like a buzz about it. Like, Dave's gonna be in Black Flag. This is incredible. But we all knew deep down that it could never work because he was a huge pothead. He drank constantly. No diss to Dave. He's still around. He's still alive. I think he's MAGA now. I don't know, but anyway, I don't want to talk about that. But um, yeah, but we just knew it wouldn't work. He was just too out there. Apparently, he lit a joint in the van on the way to a rehearsal or something with those guys, and they flipped out, which is weird because I know Dez smoked pot.
Well, and also
Greg
Greg,
started. Yeah, Greg later on was that was his whole thing was smoking weed. You know.
I met a guy in Vancouver one time who told me that he had to get Greg weed when he came up to perform with Ron there. And he said he smoked an ounce. He got him 2 ounces for 2 days. He smoked an ounce of weed a day, solo,
Yeah.
just solo smoking. So,
I believe it, but how weird though that he ended up.
yeah.
I guess it's not that weird, but you know, people change. But back then they flipped on Dave for that reason. And he said they were in a diner or something, and Henry was in the booth next to him or behind him, and he was in the booth talking to like Chuck and Henry's talking to Greg in the other booth. And he's like, yeah, it worked. He'll tell you it worked out fine, you know. Like, I don't think he had the work ethic that those guys had, or you know, the alcohol wouldn't have worked. You can't be in Black Flag and drink that much, you know. It's those guys didn't drink. I mean, maybe a beer here and there, Des maybe, but I don't think they were, you know, anything like that. But yeah, yeah. So there's the whole thing, you know.
It's interesting because like you're saying, it's such a specific personality type that is Henry Rollins that could work in that
Yeah,
spot that like would would we be talking about Black Flag if it had been Dave from the Sluts instead? Because
yeah,
it's a lot to be in that band from the sounds of it.
yeah. I mean, the way they toured. I mean, I like to think Eyehategod took some of that the touring schedule. Like we want to tour like that, but of course we haven't because we were a bunch of drunks as well, and you know, drugs and stuff as well. But we've toured pretty heavily, so I do feel good about that. But Black Flag toured like 3 month tours without stopping. That's you know,
They
that's
would
a
tour over the holidays too, right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah, like doing shows on Christmas and
yeah.
yeah,
Which
we've never done that on maybe Thanksgiving, but I don't think Christmas ever.
I've had like a fantasy of playing a show on Christmas for a very long time. I just feel like I'd be playing it to no one.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know.
Yeah.
We used to do an annual Mardi Gras show here, but we did maybe two or three, and the third one we realized like nobody's coming because and there was maybe 30, 40 people maybe, but everybody's at the parades and they're at parties at people's houses. I mean, it's Mardi Gras, you know, so like no one's going to a show, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, same kind of idea.
Eh, Were you ever a fan of pro wrestling at all?
Yeah, yeah. Back when I was a kid, I was really into it, like the Mid South, Mid Atlantic.
And there's like Junkyard Dog was really popular, right? In New Orleans.
Junkyard Dog, Thump.
Yes.
Thump was his thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was growing up, I would watch it every Saturday or Sunday, and we were also getting the one from Dallas, the WCCW, the Freebirds and the Von Erichs. That was the hugest rivalry, for a while there. And so, I'd watch that. There's some people like I mentioned, and nobody knows who they are, like the Mighty Igor. Have you ever heard of him? He seemed kind of like not all there. Like he was kind of this, seemed kind of like childlike as a wrestler, but he was, for me as a kid, I thought he was cool. Eric the Red.
I know
You heard,
Eric. I've heard of Eric. Well, there might have been a couple Eric of the Reds, to be honest, but
yeah.
I've definitely heard
Magnum
of Eric.
PA was another one.
Absolutely, Magnum TA, who
Yeah.
got into a very bad accident that kind of derailed his career.
Right, right. Because he was like this, good looking dude, and I think the wreck kind of fucked him up or something.
Yeah, he kind
But
of had a Tom Selleck.
that was the whole thing. And Magnum PI,
Yeah,
Magnum.
yeah. Which
It's kind of a
also,
lame thing, but they did it.
yeah, it also looked a little porn starry to me too
Yeah,
for
with
that
the
time frame.
mustache and yeah,
A
of
little,
course. And the
yeah,
hair.
yeah.
Yeah. And then it was like Skandar Akbar and like Nikolai Volkov. All this that's growing up. I got back into it in the 90s with ECW.
That's awesome. You watched ECW?
Yeah, hell yeah. I
Oh, that's
loved
wicked.
ECW. Sandman, New Jack, my two
Yeah,
favorites, Raven, all those guys. Tommy Dreamer. I was like, oh, they're bleeding. They're showing blood again, like because it seemed like for a while they had stopped. Blood was like a no-no.
yeah.
It's just
WWE kind of put the kibosh on blood throughout the 80s for the most
yeah,
part.
that's what I figured. It was more family oriented. But then I would sometimes watch the Stone Cold things, and I remember when the Misfits were on wrestling. I don't know which it was WWF, WE, or WCW, but
WCW, and I'm going to edit this out, but have you heard the greatest Turn It a Punk story ever where MVP, the pro wrestler, and Zach Blair, who was in Rise Against, stopped the Misfits from being murdered or by the Macho Man?
really,
Yeah.
wow, wow, that's bizarre. I never
He,
knew that.
he has a wild story. That guy has a couple like yourself has a great autobiography that's waiting to be written.
Yeah, and everybody tells me that I gotta write it. I gotta write that, but I'm getting around to it. I'm not done yet, so I got more stories to add to the million I've already got.
Yeah, you just got a couple more chapters to write for this thing
Yeah,
still.
it's
So
gonna be a long book, I guess.
I don't know. It's amazing to be a fan of the band and to watch. Obviously, you go through the struggles that you went through, and then to be where you are now. And
I
I
think it's amazing. Yeah,
what I feel like there's so many of these stories that go the other way. Where you're
yeah,
just like watching, like I don't know, like rest in peace to Stephen Leckie, but there wasn't that moment of pulling it all together or figuring out how to make it work for him. And there's a lot
yeah,
of people that don't have that. So to see you kind of like be in this place that you're in now, like as a fan, it's incredibly satisfying, I guess, rewarding. I don't know, but it just
yeah. I
humbles
know
you.
what you mean. Yeah. Well, it is for me too. It's like when I was later. I don't know. I don't know, 20s maybe, or even before that, I kind of wanted to die. There was suicidal thoughts a lot, and even up into my 30s and whatever, but and off and on my whole life. But after the liver transplant where I almost actually did die, I just realized that there's a lot of cool people out there, and there's a lot of people that love me, I guess to say, but which is true. As friends, I've got a lot of friends, and it made me appreciate being alive more, and that kind of in turn helped me to get more sober and stay that way. And I still drink occasionally, but it's only on tour. White claws maybe. uh but yeah, I mean, I'm trying. All you can do is try, but that made me want to try, like almost actually dying. I was like, man, all the support I got for like, people on all the social media stuff, like people like, please don't die, like that really, I felt that, like it was touching, the whole thing. I mean, all the people who want me to be a nihilist 24/7 are gonna hate me saying that, I wanted to live, but I did. That changed my whole outlook on life. There's a lot of stuff to do. There's more to do. There's more to see. You know, just a lot.
Well, I feel like you did the nihilism stuff. Like that chapter has already been written in the book.
Yeah. Well, people get mad because I'm not the same way I used to be. I get it from both sides. I get it from the woke people who are ultra woke, and I get it from the right wing. They're mad at me for one thing, and it's like I'm just being myself, man. I'm for human rights. Sorry, people.
And I feel like that's because like so many of us are drawn to this music because of like the traumas we've experienced or
Sure,
the
yeah.
life we've lived. And obviously you've, as you said, have been through some pretty heavy traumas as a young person. And I feel because of that, the music that we draw strength from becomes so important to us that when the people don't fit exactly what we want, we're almost like competing with people's nostalgia for
Of course,
what it
yeah.
was.
Yeah, and that's if you're a musician or an artist or you sculpt or anything, you don't always do the same thing. You evolve. You mature over time, and you're not going to stick to the same way you were or the what your music sounds like either. I mean,
Yeah. Like, well, I like that, like the Discharge record or like How We Rock. Like, I've got a lot more empathy for those records, and I've grown to appreciate those records because
yeah,
once you're in a band, you realize like how I can't expect these people to keep doing the same thing they did when they were
not at all.
19.
No. Yeah, I agree with that totally.
And
Yeah,
it's almost like those records have like a perverse fascination for me now because it's like it's almost like the midlife crisis record for a band. Like, what do we
right.
do? And it's like how they handle that to me is now really intriguing.
Yeah, yeah. How We Rock. I mean, that's a good album. It doesn't sound like the kids will ever say, but it's good. I mean, your band started evolving immediately, so that's cool to me. Like, I was listening to your stuff today. I'm like, it's just so much different stuff, and I think that's great. I think it's great.
Well, thank you. We got uh the week we got like a really good review in the NME was the same week that Max Rock and Roll said that we had sold out and made the worst record ever. And
Of
it was
course,
it
yeah.
was written by Martine from Crudos, who I was like friends with. And
Oh, really?
I'm like, oh, this is so harsh. But it was like, I guess, you kind of have to do, like you say, you kind of have to be true to who you are. And
Yeah. And yeah, my mistake is I read comments and I read bad reviews, and I'm just like, fuck, these assholes, man. They want me to just be the same thing and us to sound the same. And I don't know.
especially the time and effort it takes to write a comment. Like there's
Yeah,
been very few things that have motivated me to stop what I'm doing and be like, all right, let me put pen to
right.
paper and let this person know how much I hate what they're doing is. And it's
I know. I saw there was somebody posted a Kraftwerk song on Instagram or something, and most people love it. But then there's every few comments, this sucks. It's like, well, why are you here?
yeah.
You actually wrote two sentences about how you don't like it, but why are you even you're doing the effort to write it? Why? I
I
don't
think
get it.
well, I think it's the same impulse that pushes someone to make confrontational art, right? Like you want the reaction because you want that
Yeah,
connection. And obviously, like someone making a record or a piece of art is different than someone just writing a pithy comment. But I think the hit that we're getting, the endorphin hit, is kind of the same.
I get that. Yeah. I told you I was working for Metal Maniacs, and when I lived in Brooklyn, and I guess I was there. For, I don't know how many issues, but like a year or so. But I was doing record reviews, and I kind of I didn't want to do that anymore because I've done it since for like some websites back in the late '90s, early 2000s. But I realized, who am I to like criticize a band? If I don't like this record, the person who sent it to me wants me to review it for their site or magazine, but I don't want to write a thing about how this band, I don't like this band and it sucks. It's not for me to judge, you know, but, and then somebody else reads it and goes, ah, don't buy that. It sucks. It's like, well, I know it's my fault that this band got stuck like that, you know, but there's some pretty scathing things in Metal Maniacs about like Megadeth and stuff. I wrote how much I couldn't stand Megadeth. I still can't.
I, I feel like though when a band's established like that, it almost like that
Yeah,
almost promotes them too. For the people that love Megadeth,
right.
they're gonna be like, "Fuck this guy! I'm gonna love
Yeah,
Megadeth even more."
true. That is
Like,
true.
but I get what you're saying with a younger band that's starting out.
That's the ones I mean, really.
Yeah,
That's the bands I mean. Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to like, yeah, to like destroy someone's career like
On their first album,
on their first record. Yeah,
it's not good. No.
I think that especially now where like we can all hear any music we want,
Yeah.
all these reviews should just be essays about why you should check out this record. Like, you got to hear
Right.
this band; they're amazing.
Or
Here's,
or just right. I would nowadays I would write it like I don't really care for this, but you know,
yeah, someone does.
yeah, somebody cares about it a lot, you know?
Yeah. And I feel like that's also like, as much as there's been this sort of appreciation of bands that I always loved, there's also been this growing appreciation for bands that I like never got. Like, who the fuck would like this thing? And then now they're huge. And so who am I to say?
Right. I've been still to this day, I go back and things that I skipped at certain periods of my life, like a band like just for instance, Sloppy Seconds. Like they were too melodic, too poppy for me at some point, but now I love them. Like I've went back and I'm like, wow, there's a bunch of bands like that that now I get it, you know, and I'm like, wow, why did I not like this? But I was into something else then, you know.
I feel like there's even bands that like at the time I didn't necessarily like, well, I just didn't appreciate how important it was. And then years later
Yeah,
to hear a younger person be like, no, this is this band, this record, Dystopia. Like, I love Dystopia, played
yeah,
with them, saw them a bunch, but I don't think it's until they became this phenomena for people that
right,
I realized, oh yeah, this was a really important band at the time.
yeah, yeah. They were great. I mean, they always.
Yeah. They're
I thought.
yeah, I feel like, them, you guys, there was like a bunch of bands at that time period that now in retrospect, like, oh, they were really pushing this genre forward.
There's the mythological I Hate God dystopia split that we were gonna do in like 2003 or something, but it never happened. It just didn't happen. But I'm still friends with Todd and Mouse, and I think you interviewed Mouse, right? I gotta
Yeah.
listen to that.
Oh, it's awesome. It
And
was,
Dino, I text with Dino every now and then. So they're still cool guys, but they'll never get back together, you know. Todd did that weird thing recently, but I heard, I don't know, I don't want to say, but
yeah,
I heard
I
they,
don't think Dino's going to be ever. I don't think I can't see Mao's doing it either.
no, they're not. They've told me they're not going to do it.
It's funny because they say, obviously they say no to everything. The one thing that they said yes to was using one of their songs for entrance music for Darby Allin, the wrestler.
Oh, he uses that? Really?
He used a Dystopia song to come out at a pay-per-view or for a vignette or something.
Holy shit, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, I don't know much about him, but obviously his name, Darby Allen. I was like, this guy's got to be cool. I've watched some interviews with him, but I don't know much about him. But wow, dystopia, and that's
He's
great to use that.
he's a really interesting guy. Like, he just climbed Mount Everest a couple weeks ago
I
or a
think I
couple
read
months ago.
that too.
Um and someone that loves, like punk, he's from a like he's younger than me, so he's coming from like a
Yeah,
post Napster kind of era of this music, so it's like his tastes are all over the map when it comes to this stuff. But
right.
really, like, he would sit in his car. He was in this documentary I made. He would sit in his car late at night by himself in an abandoned parking lot, just listening to rudimentary P9, thinking of wrestling ideas.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I need to
And
watch your. Was it just called Wrestlers
the
or
wrestlers, yeah,
a
I'll send you a link to it. It's
yeah, I think it's on one of these. like Tubi or
Yeah, it's
something.
on Tubi. Yeah,
Okay, I've got
it's
that. So yeah.
we uh we licensed a song from Neurosis for one of the
Okay,
episodes. Actually, the Darby Allin episode has a Neurosis song,
that's
and,
cool.
and then also has a song from GG Allin. They licensed a song from GG Allin for it too.
Awesome. Who did they license that from? Or
I
who?
guess
Merle?
Merle.
Like it
Yeah,
had to be.
right. Like I
I
figure he
guess he's
must.
the yeah the family guy. He's the brother, so it must
Yeah,
be.
and he was the guy that would always in the back of Max and Rock and Roll have a classified ad
Yep.
to like
Stuff.
write for GG
Yeah.
Allin stuff from him.
I ordered a bunch of those VHSs in like '89 or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
from
were.
Merle.
It feels like they were just underground tape trading. Like the Frampton Comes Alive for underground tape trading. Someone would have like a just, oh yeah, you want to see a
Yeah,
GG Allin show? I got that.
right. Yeah, he had so much. I remember his list was just like pages of every band. Basically, I would just circle stuff. I couldn't buy everything. They were like $30 for a one VHS, but like I would get up the money and get like two, or I'd just tell him to put as much as he could onto two tapes or something, you know?
There's very few people that I think appreciated or like anticipated how important what they were doing was going to be, like Gigi and Merle did with that band. Like he was taking tapes of every show they had. Like they
Yeah,
were selling merch like right away. Like they were already kind of like building this myth about GG Allin even
yeah.
before he died.
Well, they say, Gigi was a great marketer, like just certain some of those interviews from jail he did, you can tell he's promoting himself, like, and going to jail, I think was part of his myth too. Like he that was something he kind of wanted to do, maybe. I don't know if he wanted to be in there a year and a half or whatever he was in there for, but that added to the mythology, all of it.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at it in terms of like not this being just a crazy person, but this being someone that had a methodology to try
Yeah,
and
for
become
sure.
famous.
But I think when he hit the stage, he kind of lost it. I think alcohol as well, like twisted him up a bit on stage,
Yeah,
It does me
yeah.
a
I
little
feel
more.
it's also interesting, like, and I'm intrigued at what you thought about this before because it feels like no one believed it was going to be as crazy as it was
Yeah,
until it came to town.
sure. I agree with that. People didn't, like I think the first time I saw him, he went up to the first song starts, he goes up to the first person standing there and fucking punches them so hard. I'm just like, wow, this is real. This is not bullshit. I didn't think it was because I'd seen the shows on VHS, but but when you're there in front of him, it's just wild. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, well, and that's there's never been a more extreme performance art or performance
No, as
artist than Gigi.
far as I know, there hasn't. Probably some weird German. I mean, there's artists that do that stuff specifically, but I mean, before the show, he was normal. He even went down to the punk bar the night before of the show that we played with him, and he was just hanging out in the bar having beers and just basically you could see, like, is it two different people, or when does he turn on this thing? It was interesting stuff.
Yeah, because it is almost like Alice Cooper or Kiss, where it's like a stage persona that's
Yeah, Alice
being put
Cooper
on.
admits, yeah, that Alice is a different person. Gigi never really said that, but I think it was the same.
Because there's definitely people that I'm sure you've met them where you're like, oh, this person's terrifying on and off the
Mhm.
stage, where there is no divide between,
Oh yeah, of course, yeah,
and it feels like he definitely had that. Like he was able to carry on conversations with
yeah,
people outside of that throwing shit.
yeah, yeah, and bleeding everywhere, like horribly.
Gotta be like one of the biggest bleeders of all time. There's been a few bleeders in punk, I guess. Jerry A bled a lot on stage, yourself
Yeah,
bleeding a lot
Jerry
on
A.
stage.
Yeah, I don't know where he's. got it from, but he just did it. He was doing it early on, it seemed like.
Maybe it's Portland wrestling too,
Yeah.
because
Well, that's Jeff Clayton, obviously, the wrestling thing, I'll admit it 100%. I interviewed Jeff for that magazine, Metal Maniacs, which is putting bands like Anti-Scene and Neurosis, and I was reviewing all these underground 7 inches. That's one of the reasons they fired me. But anyway, they wanted us to write about like bands that advertised, Anthrax, Megadeth, whatever. But anyway, I interviewed Jeff, and he straight up told me like, I'm not doing this for any psychological reason. It's wrestling. And I was like, I get that, man. I get it.
but it's interesting because it does have, like we were saying earlier, that psychological effect on you as a performer, and also I think on the audience.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Like I knew once I bled, no matter how shitty the show was, no one was going to forget it.
that's true. There was that in my head too. Like, yeah, it's in that reputation then too. And it's like, well, that band, you got to go see this band. You don't know what's going to happen. And I like that about bands.
And I feel it like takes a lot of that. Like once you have that established, like okay, now they're going to remember this show. I don't have to
Yeah.
worry about anything else, and I can just kind of like go with the whole fucking thing, and whatever happens happens now.
Yeah, that is true. I think I stopped doing that. I don't know. I didn't purposely stop doing it. It just kind of happened. But I think we as a band also got a little more professional. Is like I said, we used to not care at all. Now we don't care, but we care a little bit. So I mean, we got a little more professional, and we're a live band. We've always been a live band. Our albums are, to us, they're secondary to the live show. And we just started getting tighter, and songs got better to me. Like Jimmy started writing, or whoever wrote it. Our old drummer Joey wrote some songs. Like everybody wrote. So I think everything just kind of came together that way, to make it a better live show without me cursing everybody out and throwing the mic stand and bleeding, and that all kind of faded away as we got tighter and better.
I've only seen you the one time at the big room in the old emos, and
When we met, apparently.
yeah, when I came up to
Yeah.
you and like I'm like, hey, we'd love you guys to come up and play the fucked up weekend in Toronto one time.
I was probably really drunk.
Well, you were being like hounded by a group of people, so I was just
Oh yeah.
one of the hounds hounding you at that point, I think too.
Oh right. Yeah.
But that was after you were doing the attack the audience and attack yourself kind of thing on stage, and it was
Yeah.
still one of the greatest shows I've ever been to in my life.
That's amazing. Thank you, man, for saying that. We have the built-in sloppiness though. Like we can be sloppy sometimes, and it's part of us. We don't have to be spot on, timing wise, and there's fuck ups and out of tune guitars or. But I'm glad that that's built in to us. We can get away with more.
And like especially in this era of AI, I want that from a band.
Yeah, I
I want it to
agree.
be rough, right?
Of course, yeah. It's that raw thing, and that we're humans. Not to diss Voivod. I love Voivod. I'm friends with those guys. But live, they're so tight. They sound like the record, which is great. I love that band. They're just super tight live, and there's no variations to anything as far as I know.
Yeah, we got to see them sound check, and even in their sound check, they were fucking tight. It was crazy. I was like,
Yeah.
holy God, this band.
Yeah, man. They're awesome. They're good guys too. Away and Snake are really cool.
I don't know. I guess it's like maybe my bias towards metal. But I always predict metal people to be rock starry and kind of standoffish compared to
Yeah,
punk people.
that's why I always argue that we're not a metal band because we're not that type of. And people don't understand what I mean. They're like, "Yeah, you are. You're a metal band." I'm like, "Well, maybe some riffs or whatever, but that's in their head. They think that, but we've never had that kind of attitude or the metal's got a certain thing it's kind of hard to pinpoint, but it's they're like it's just like you said, like the rock star thing, and I don't know, it's hard to explain, but
I think it's almost like metal worships the edifice where punk's about tearing down the edifice, right?
yeah.
Like Manowar or Kiss, like you put on all this,
Hmm.
stagecraft, and punk is just like, no, 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 you just get up there in the clothes that you drove to the show in, and play your songs, and that's
Exactly, yeah.
and it's so fundamentally different, like that two ways of looking at what, because it changes the role of what that musician is on stage. Is that person meant to be an unobtainable god up there, or is that meant to be someone that's telling
Yeah,
you to try this yourself?
that was a big appeal of punk, then that, like I knew Shell Shock is this local band, but like I'm become best friends with them very quickly, just that was one of the first interactions that I'm like, this is awesome, like, and all your friends that are in bands and meet other people the same way.
Are Shell Shock the longest running out of all those New Orleans bands? Because the first 7 inches is 81, right? I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm thanked on the back of that record.
Oh,
Well, I'm
that
thanked on one of the early records, the one with the cartoon guy throwing the bombs,
that's
or
the first 7 inch.
that's the first one. Yeah,
Yeah, I've
there
never
was
seen a
different
copy of
color
that in
covers.
person.
You have a copy?
No, I've never seen a copy in person.
Oh, there was one at a record store here, and it was like $300. This is back in the '90s, and I'm like, wow. Um, I don't have any of that stuff anymore. Katrina lost everything, but well, they broke up in '86, '80, maybe '87.
I
Okay,
thought
never.
88, right, or something.
'88.
Yeah.
They tried to move to California, to San Francisco, and some argument on the way out there, they broke up before they even really got there. This and Greg, the brother of Mike Hatch, ended up going there because his wife or girlfriend was there, so he stayed there. And Hatch and the bass player came back and got Kirk, who's now in Crowbar, and they got very metal. They had already been moving into metal, but they got really metal. Kirk started singing. They became Aftershock, and that evolved into Crowbar. Mike offed himself, Hatch. Yeah, yeah. Rest in peace. And that then it became kind of Kirk's band, and Bauer was already in it. Jimmy from the Shell Shock, later period Shell Shock. He wasn't in the early days.
Because
And
that last Shell Shock LP, you can already hear, like you're saying, that metal coming in. The last one's a little crossover kind of vibe.
yeah, yeah, they started definitely doing that. To me, the two albums they did are not great. I love that first 7 inch with My Brain is Jelly. It's such a great song. I want to cover that with I Hate God. I've been
Oh,
trying to.
that'd be awesome.
Man, I just love that song, and that's just early memories for me. Is going to see them, sneaking out of the boys' home, going to see Shell Shock, and then playing My Brain is Jelly. And that's a great title. My Brain is Jelly. It's awesome. Yeah, the first few 7 inches to me were the best, and then they kind of, I don't know. Some of the albums aren't. I shouldn't even bring this up, but they weren't produced as well or mixed as well. But so there's some good songs in some of them.
Yeah, I think the next record after that first 7 inch is pretty killer too, kind of straight up hardcore
Is that
stuff.
more
But
gore?
I think
Is that
so. Yeah,
think
they're but yeah, like as it goes on, I guess the metal influence is going a little more heavy. It's less what I'm into, but
yeah,
still like
same.
such an interesting band, like such a obviously hugely important band to this to the city.
Well, they inspired a lot of other people too to pick up guitars here and start.
Like you said with your stuff that you lost during Katrina, and obviously this is the smallest thing to be concerned about after Katrina, but there must have just been such a loss of just all of not just punk history, but just music history in general, like the amount of records that got washed away, or zines,
Yeah,
flyers, posters.
all of that, everything. I had Wendy O. Williams handed me the top half of the guitar she sawed. I had that. I saw the Plasmatics in '84, and she,
Wow.
out of all the people there, she walked up to me and handed it to me. And these guys tried to fight me to get it, so that was a prized possession. But now I'm just like, it's just material possessions. Like, what can you do, really? I thought that then when it was because the house I was in burned down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the neighborhood I lived in for Katrina didn't flood. It was a little higher ground, so it didn't flood. But there were all these electrical fires. But I tend to do believe that maybe the landlord set it on fire for insurance because the whole neighborhood was chaos. I mean,
Yeah.
I was in on it. We were looting everything, all the stores. There's no electricity, no water. You're trying to get water from the batteries, all this stuff. So there was chaos, and I could see her having that done, but who knows? I know some people did that.
Oh, there
But
must have
that's
been.
when yeah, all my books. I had tons of music books. I had boxes of cassette demos and just recorded demos. All that stuff gone.
Yeah. Like you're saying though, the these are just physical objects, and like that Wendy O.
Yeah,
Williams thing, like that memory is
yeah.
is can never be lost, can never be taken away.
No, I still have the memories. I had all the early Discord stuff, SOA on green vinyl. That's what I think about that record all the time. Still, it's like it's gone. It's gone. What am I gonna do? But when I ordered that, it was like 81. I ordered like the first four. And Jeff Nelson and Ian like wrote back to me. I had those letters. I have a letter from GG Allin in prison somewhere that didn't get lost. I have a few things. I think I still have Plasmatics autographs. I don't know how they got. I think because I had some stuff in New York from when I lived there during Katrina. I had left a bunch of stuff up there. I still have some albums, but they're at another house. I don't even. I think they're mostly like metal stuff. I'm not sure what's there, but yeah.
I guess the first time I ever went to New Orleans would have been 3 months after Katrina, a few months,
Oh,
maybe a
really?
little bit
Okay.
longer. But
Right.
shit was still really fucked up, and
Yeah. Yeah.
we played. I can't remember the name of the bar we played, but it had been completely flooded, and
I wish
we're
I knew where you played.
but you might know this name. This guy shows up in a white shirt, white jeans, and white shrimping boots. And he's like, "My name's Matt Muscles. I got sent here to get you
Oh,
guys fucked up tonight."
of
And
course.
I was still straight edge then. So I'm like, I think you want to talk to the
Yeah.
rest of the people in my band. But anyway, so that night we're playing. Actually, I got the cold single at that show, this one, at that first time we played New Orleans show.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Mesmerized. Is that one?
this is, yes, Mesmerized and Wake Up is the B side.
Right. Right.
But yeah, Matt Muscles showed up and
I
took,
know Matt very well.
I'm sure you did. That's why I'm like, when I brought up his name, I'm like, you got to know this guy, I'm sure.
That's great. He was there.
Oh, yeah. It took half of the band out that night for one of the wildest fucking nights. Like we
I'm
were talking
sure.
about earlier, like New Orleans is a choose your own adventure novel, and
Yes.
they
And
chose
he would have
drama.
been the guy. Yeah, for sure.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know where he's from, but I don't think he's from New Orleans. He showed up just in everybody's life, as far as I know. And it just was the wildest guy, man. He was in a band called Mangina.
Yeah.
It was kind of a jokish kind of band, but then he was in Tire Fire. And then he's in a band with our bass player called Classhole. But they really don't. They did a reunion show recently, but they don't really do much anymore. He used to be part owner of Siberia, which is like the punk metal club, and then now he's got something or owns Poor Boys, which is a cool bar too. So
That's
he's
awesome.
busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna go see Hyrax and Dark Angel with him recently, but they were playing in Baton Rouge, which is like an hour from here. So I was like, it's an hour away. I don't think I'm gonna go, but I know Caton from Hyrax. He's a great guy, and I was gonna just wanted to go say hi. I've never seen Dark Angel either. They were fast, and just back then they were cool.
Yeah. I like the LPs.
Yeah,
Like it feels like the city New Orleans has like a lot of characters like that. Like a lot of, it like attracts a lot of big personalities from the area.
yeah. I don't know if that's if people from out of town come here that are already like that, or does this city breed people like that? I think both, you know. It attracts people like that for sure. I've always called myself a freak magnet because I'm always friends with the weirdest fucking people, you know. Just but cool people, you know. Just everybody's a little eccentric and off, which I love. I love that.
Well, I think it takes a very accepting personality to be that way, to like accept someone for all their foibles and all their
Yeah,
quirks.
sure, yeah. And you kind of grow up like that here. You learn that there's a lot of strange stuff going on here.
Mm-hmm. I worked on a thing about the history of cannabis, and it's
Right.
kind of thought that that's where cannabis first comes to America is through New
Oh,
Orleans.
really? I did not know that.
And that's like the jazz cannabis thing is like
Yeah,
very much an early connection.
sure. Yeah, I could see that through the ports here, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I always
But
thought it was coming up through South America and then through Mexico into America. And I think that did happen, but I think a lot of it was coming more through the ports, especially the less of the hemp, more of the cannabis.
I stopped smoking pot pretty much like mid 90s, like on a regular basis, you know.
Yeah.
But from like 13 to however I was old then, it was every day, constantly, you know. And we would get a lot of stuff that was like, oh, this is Mexican, or you know, or something like that. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Jamaican
I don't
stuff
know.
coming in probably too, I bet.
Yeah, yeah. But it was, you know, every day, constantly. I mean, I think it opens your mind, you know. I don't know. I started getting paranoid. I don't know. It was then, but now the stuff's even stronger. So it's like now but it's every now and then I might take one hit, but I can't be social on it anymore. I used to be very social and we'd go out and smoke and drink and have a beer, but now I can't, I gotta be alone, like, you know, watching a movie or music or something. I don't know if that comes with age or what, but yeah.
Well, I was straight edge for a big chunk of my life, so I came to all this stuff like in my 40s.
Yeah, but that's cool too. I mean, you don't drink, do you, at all? Or
No, no, I feel like
never have? Yeah,
no, my stomach's like I don't have a great stomach for alcohol.
right.
Like
You're
just
not missing anything. I'll be honest. Yeah, it's, I mean, it is what it is. I was addicted to it, you know, for a long time.
yeah, I come from a family with a lot of people that were addicted to it, so I think that is also part of the reason I steered away
Yeah,
from it a little bit.
it runs in my family as well, but I still fell into that trap, you know, for years and years. But yeah, you're not missing anything with that stuff. It's poison, really.
I've tried drinking a couple times since I you know broke my straight edge 15 years ago or
Oh,
whatever.
you try? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like in Japan where there's definitely no cannabis or a lot
Right.
more
And
risk.
they offer you sake and like, here you go,
Yeah.
drink with us. And you're like, no. And they're like, drink.
Yeah, you have to do it. You kind of
Yeah.
like if I'll try having the odd drink here and there,
Yeah.
but yeah, like it's just psychedelics
Yeah.
I find interesting. Obviously, like a lot of people, I think there's a lot of it. I'm finding a lot of interest in psychedelics, like not all the time, but that's
Mushrooms or,
mushrooms. Once again, the stomach thing with mushrooms, but
yeah, they can make
DMT,
you nauseous. Yeah.
yeah,
Like me
DMT.
nauseous. I've tried it once and I'm dying to try it again, but DMT I've done one time and I was blacked out drunk when I did it. So I didn't get the full.
Yeah,
And
I
yeah, I really want to do it the right time, like home, you know, not anything else, just DMT.
do you know the band the Screamy Sneakers from Florida?
I think I've heard the
They're like
name.
a power pop band. I've got a crazy DMT story involving them, but I won't
Oh
bore you
yeah.
with it now. But yeah,
Well, yeah, someday I want to hear that.
yeah,
But yeah.
it's nuts. But yeah, like I feel like psychedelics are there's like a medicinal kind of quality to them, and I'm sure you can have problems with them. Like DMT, actually, you can buy DMT at stores here in Toronto now.
Can you really?
You can buy these DMT pens at the mushroom stores, which are illegal, but the cops are not shutting them down. So
Yeah.
you can buy DMT pens, and apparently that's becoming an issue for some people, like with a dependency on DMT.
Really? You can get a dependency from that? I didn't.
I guess it must be a psychological thing that
Yeah.
people are getting with it. But yeah, like I've heard stories about people getting like, going on dozens of DMT trips in a day, which I could not imagine doing that. Like that would
Yeah.
exhaust me.
No, yeah, that for sure. Yeah, that would have to be psychological, because I
Yeah.
doubt there's like a withdrawal or anything. Maybe mentally, but yeah, not
Yeah.
physically.
Yeah. It's interesting because like psychedelics in Canada post cannabis legalization, it's
Mhm.
coming. Like there's a store in Vancouver where you can buy acid, you can buy
Really?
mushrooms. Yeah. It's like
So much more advanced in America, man. Everywhere. I mean, we're the third world country here now. I mean, everywhere is so much more advanced in Europe and Canada. That's amazing, though.
I,
People here wouldn't be responsible. Someone would die in the first week or jump off a building on acid or
oh,
DMT or whatever.
I'm sure that's coming here eventually too. But
Possible. Yeah.
I think the cannabis legalization and how that all happened here is fascinating. But a lot of
I
it
got to
goes.
see that documentary you did.
Well, I've never actually like the history of cannabis. No one's really done a documentary on yet.
Right.
But cannabis legalization in Canada wouldn't have happened without Jello Biafra.
Really?
Yeah, Jello Biafra's
Oh.
got that everyone should grow more pot on his third record. I blow
I
minds for
know
a
he
living.
does the thing about legalization.
And this guy, Mark Emery, who was just this sort of libertarian bookstore owner guy here, heard that and it turned him on to cannabis. And then he basically radicalized himself. And he's the guy that
Wow,
kind of fought the guerrilla war to make cannabis legalization happen. But it ultimately just goes back to Joe Biafra.
that's really cool, man. I didn't know that at all.
It's all
That's
punk
great.
with me, Mike. I'm afraid it's
No,
always.
I get it, man. Same here. I've
uh,
done it. Speaking of DMT, I've done a good bit of ketamine.
oh, I've
If
never tried that.
Yeah, it's a little different. It lasts maybe an hour or so it's a little longer than the DMT thing. But yeah, I need to get some DMT. But just change the subject for no reason,
No,
really.
no, my stepmother was on she's passed away now, but she was on a ketamine trial with the through the hospital here.
Really?
Yeah, they've done like there are trials for it here, but it's certainly not sort of widespread prescribed at this point.
Yeah, it's not widespread prescribed here, I don't think, but you can go to these depression studies and they put you on it. It apparently heals all the synapses that get broken up by like cocaine and alcohol. And like it's like that in MDMA as well. Like that stuff heals all these broken like synapses, I guess is the
Yeah.
thing
I've heard
in
of
your brain.
I've heard of like people like doing ibogaine because there's no withdrawal symptoms when if you do ibogaine.
I've heard that
But
too, to get off heroin, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
but then I also hear it's living a nightmare for a week because it lasts like a
I've
week.
heard bad stuff about that. I mean, I guess you have Suboxone up there
I
for
think yes, yeah, it's boxing.
that seems to be the best way. It helped me before to get off everything.
Yeah, it's interesting in Canada um because I feel like I feel like we were close to having sort of like real conversations about sobriety and drug use, and then
Mhm.
it feels like we've kind of taken a step back from it in the
Yeah.
last couple of years again, and it's kind of going back to sort of like the darker times. But there was a lot of interesting work being done with safe injection places. Obviously, this LSD store, which a lot of this stuff is opened around Vancouver's downtown east side, which of course has a lot of opioid
Yeah.
issues. And a lot of these things are just because the cops have stopped moving in on these places. So people have kind of like stepped in to kind of be like, okay, what can happen here?
That down here there's a needle exchange or two. I think it's run by the same people. They used to be like twice a week or something. I think now they're just they cut their funding. So, I'm afraid with the way things are going here, they could, totally make it illegal or something. But they're helping people by giving out this clean stuff and pamphlets and things that they get people on the right track to get off that stuff. But of course, people think that ketamine testing kits and people are dying. Not ketamine, fentanyl testing kits. But the people in power don't. They think that's somehow promoting it. Just the way they thought condoms were promoting sex, not helping people not get diseases or have 100 babies. But so it's
when like all these things are so evidence based, right? Like all the experts that work in these
yeah.
fields are like, these things work, that's why we want to do them. And yet
Yes, of course.
there's all
They
these,
don't believe in science.
yeah,
There's these people now that don't believe in science, which is so bizarre to me. But yeah,
yeah, it's
wild.
I don't know, I feel like that's another great thing about, not that everyone who got into this music is immune to this sort of bullshit, but I feel like
Yeah,
getting into this kind of music and like learning about, just like Dead Kennedy songs where Jello Biafra is telling you all this shit
yeah,
in his lyrics, and where it kind of gave me a defense kit for all this stuff
sure.
going forward.
Yeah. Well, when I was younger, Crass was a
Yeah.
band that I just was like, I've never heard a band with these kind of lyrics. They made me aware of a lot of different things,
Yeah.
that led me to search out other things. But yeah, so music really, it usually helps most people. Bands like that, Dead Kennedys, Crass. There's a lot of others.
Yeah. There's like an education that kind of happens through this kind of music, or like an exposure to two different worlds, different lifestyles. Like there's just so much that comes from
Yeah.
the lyrics in these songs.
And there's so many offshoots of punk. I mean, you can take your pick of what you like. Melodic, crusty, hardcore, D beat. It's like post punk. I mean, it goes forever. There's millions of bands.
Well, anytime you want to come back on here, Mike, and talk about any one of these millions of bands, you are always welcome. This has been a dream come true for me. So thank you for doing this.
I would love to. I had a great time. Love you, brother.
Well, Mike, we stopped for a brief minute, and I realized that there's so much more I wanted to talk to you
Yes.
about.
And
Uh,
I realized that as well. Yeah,
well, I'm glad you were amenable to coming back on so quickly. And
of course.
I guess like the first story I'd love you to tell me is about the night you were arrested with the Misfits.
Yes. I had a feeling you'd ask me that. um, well, we used to go to Houston a lot to see bands. We'd go down, it's only 5 hours from New Orleans. So we would go down to see, I saw Minor Threat in Houston. I saw DOA. We'd go to see anybody down there. Black Flag. So we went to Houston to see the Misfits. This is in October of 1982. And we got to be friends with them. We hung out with them, talked to them. The Necros were there, all cool people. Glenn joking around and smiling, which seems to be a thing he doesn't do much of these days, as I see. But yeah, I mean, they were all just real fun. We were having a great time. So we followed them, or they followed us back to New Orleans, and we kind of dropped them off at a friend's house. And that night they were playing New Orleans. So we were psyched. They had been great the night before in Houston. There was a club called the Island down there. I saw verbal abuse there. There's so many to name, but so they were playing that night. Great show. Maybe 130 people there. Who knows? It wasn't packed. Nobody knew who the Misfits were back then. So Glenn wants to go, and I guess the whole band, but Glenn mostly wanted to go to see the above ground cemeteries we have here. because they build cemeteries here above ground mostly because of we're below sea level here, so they have to put the tombs and stuff up above that level to keep it from flooding and things, but so we after the show, everybody's hanging out. There was some weird stuff going on backstage with this porno chick or something. I was young and they were keeping me out of the room, so I know it was something. She was putting on some sort of show, but anyway, we go to the cemetery. We don't realize that word has gotten around to like everybody at the show. Luckily everybody didn't go, but 20 or so people ended up following us there. And we were just walking around. It was like 2 a.m, and it was right next to these housing projects. So it's not a great neighborhood. It's kind of a bad neighborhood to begin with. The Misfits pull up in their Spider-Man, the bright red Spider-Man van with the Spider-Man logo on the side, the face. So that's there. A friend of mine pulled up on a motorcycle, which was super loud. This guy named Fish. That was super loud, and I'm sure, got a lot of attention from the area. We're just walking around the cemeteries where all the people are laughing. Some people are drinking and, hanging out and talking. Glenn's looking for skulls, as the rumor goes, or bones or whatever. And the rumor that gets told the most is they were looking for Marie Laveau's tomb, but the cemetery we went to, St. Louis number 2, is not where she's buried. So I don't know how that rumor got started. Maybe that was what they were looking for, but she's buried in a whole different cemetery, like across a few streets the other direction. So yeah, you got a question so far?
No, because I think it's in the newspaper article. Like one of the kids is quoted as saying that's what they were looking for.
I don't think it was one of the kids, because the kids are me.
Okay, yeah.
There's 3 16-year-olds mentioned, and it says 2 of the boys were wearing shirts depicting skeletons with the words necros. That was me. And my friend Mike, his name was Mike P. He was wearing a Bad Brains shirt, like a bootleg kind of shirt with like a skeleton on it or something. Wasn't even a Bad Brains design. It was like a bootleg thing. So the cops, freaked out that, we're in a cemetery with these shirts. So that got written up in the article. And then there was a third girl our age that was, she had a mohawk, and the cops ended up hitting her in the face with their flashlight, like a giant mag light, because they asked her, "Are you a boy or a girl?" Being total dicks, to us all. It ended up being about 20 something people lined up outside the cemetery. I don't know who called the cops. They motorcycle maybe call, somebody, this terrible neighborhood, somebody called the cops on us. But I mean, we were in the wrong part of town, so we're lined up outside, and the necros, I think, pulled up. Todd has said something about this, Barry as well. They pulled up, but saw what was happening or what was gonna happen and took off. And I'm like, that was the smartest thing they could have done. That was definitely the move to make. But we got lined up. My friend Yvonne got hit with the flashlight for not answering. Is she a boy or a girl? She just kind of was silent. We were all pretty scared. I mean, we were kids. I'm sure some of the adults weren't very happy either, but like they did stuff like took things out of my pocket, like flyers or something, and crumpled them up and threw them, just being, they were, screaming at us. And we all got arrested, all 20 people, and you see in the article that, people wearing fishnets and makeup and all this stuff, which is, it's pretty hilarious. But I ended up going down there, and we were down there for a while. And what's next? The juveniles, we ended up getting bailed out. I was a runaway at the time, so my friend Mike, his parents actually bailed me out. So it may have not even cost anything. They may have just let us go because a parent was there, you know. But the Misfits got out sometime like the next morning or something, and they had a court date set, but they went straight to Florida to play a show and blew off the court date. I don't think it ever mattered really, you know. It was trespassing was the charge, which is nothing, you know. It's a misdemeanor thing.
They might have
And
warrants in New Orleans, though.
for a misdemeanor, I don't know, but and plus the, you know, yeah, they could have at the time. I mean, I'm sure the judge was pissed that, you know, these Draculas, you know, as I've heard Doyle say, because they were like, "Hey, Dracula, get over here," you know, like talking to us like that, and talking to them because they were the, you know, tall guys with the devil locks, you know. But that's pretty much it. I mean, you know, we just it's a great story to go back to all the time. You know, I mean, the best thing about it is I got to see and hang out with the Misfits, and never thought they would become what they've become now. In a million years, I couldn't have guessed that. I mean, they were always out of tune. You know, like I said, there's maybe 100 something people there at the most. You know, and like people were yelling "Kiss" at them, like making fun of them, and you know, we loved them. We were huge fans from like Beware. You know, we had the 7 inches, and Walk Among Us was all we listened to most of the time, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and they got bailed out and went to Florida. The Necros didn't go to Florida. They went back to Ohio, apparently, and skipped that last show. Florida's not that part of Florida where they played. I forgot what city it is, but it's not very close. It's a good 7, 8 hours from here. So
that newspaper article goes viral on like hardcore internet circles every couple of years, I think.
every Halloween
Yeah.
it pops up.
Yeah.
A friend of mine said that. I'm like, yeah, I see that every Halloween around Halloween. It's because it was like October 28th, the day we got arrested, or close to Halloween. So it is appropriate that that's when it pops up, you know?
And it's also kind of the only spooky legend about the Misfits. Most of the other legends you hear about, like them beating someone up
Right.
or something like that. That's the only one where it's like, oh, this kind of fits with the vibe a little bit.
It really does, you know? There's people here that I won't mention names, but there's people that claim they were there, you know? "Oh, I was there." I'm like, no, you weren't. You weren't there, but tell your story, whatever. But yeah, I know, like with the San Francisco thing where like Jerry or Doyle like bashed somebody over the head. I think that was Berkeley or San Francisco or
Yeah, I think it's Berkeley, or maybe right, maybe it's San Francisco, but the kid was from Berkeley.
oh right, okay.
Yeah,
I've
like
talked to Sammy Town, and he said they were getting a group together to beat the fuck out of the Misfits at night. You know, they were just I mean, I guess it was a friend of theirs or somebody they knew, you know.
yeah, there's also in I'm blanking on his name now, and he was on the show too. But like in the drummer from AOD's book,
Right.
there's that story about them, the Misfits beating the crap out of Roger and Billy Milano at a show.
Oh, really? I've
Yeah,
not heard that one.
yeah. Like I guess Roger and Billy were heckling, and the
Right.
Misfits hopped off stage and kind of thumped them. I guess
Yeah,
pretty
I can
heavy.
see that. They did get heckled a bit, you know. I mean, when I saw them, they ended up coming back in '83, which is the thing that was the end of the band. Glenn even was right. Robo and Glenn were in a rider truck, and the two brothers were flying from show to show. So it was obvious. I mean, they had money. You know, they worked for their dad's company, like metal fabrication shop or something, and I don't know. But Glenn was telling us how yeah we're riding separate, and he played us the Earth AD demos over the speakers in the club, like at sound check. And he was talking about how he's not really into the fast stuff, you know, and we were like, he's not, you know, we couldn't understand it, but it is a different album than all their others, you know. I could see then he went and did Sam Hain, so it makes a lot of sense that he wasn't into the Well, then now, like, who said somebody from the Necros said we ruined the Misfits because they started to play like hardcore, like real fast hardcore.
Yeah, it's almost like a virus that spread amongst bands, like the hardcore thing, like Husker Du too. Like bands would
Yeah,
go out and see, like you're saying, the Red Rockers too, right? Like you'd see this
yeah,
stuff and kind of come back, being like, we got to be fast now.
yeah. Playing a little heavier and a little faster, more Black Flag-ish, Red Rockers. But yeah, the Husker Du was like fast in the beginning, right? And then they became what they were.
Well, I think they went on tour and came back faster, like after the
Oh, really?
first couple seven
Uh,
inches.
okay, yeah,
And I think like the Misfit, or sorry, the Ramones were kind of ruined by hardcore too. Like CJ was talking about how
yeah,
Johnny just could not deal with the fact that hardcore bands were faster than them.
right. There's that one album, "Too Tough to Die." Is that the name of it? With the DD songs that are, I like those songs, Warthog, and I forget the other one, but they're really fast though. The two DD sings, and it's like, wow, that's strange to hear. At the time, it was really odd to hear the Misfit. I'm not same as you just did. The Ramones
Yeah.
playing that fast.
Yeah, especially on the live records after a certain point where they're just like, and it was interesting because CJ said it really bothered Joey because he couldn't make his words fit necessarily. And
Right.
I think that's a frustration that as a vocalist I can really relate to. I can
Oh, sure. Yeah.
totally see that.
I can see that as well. Yeah. I guess that's why Dee Dee sang them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, and even like when you're watching like live footage of them in those last couple decades where Joey's not even saying the words at some points, he's just like
Yeah.
bop instead of
Right. Right. Just kind of going, doing the motion with, like, I know what you mean, though.
yeah. So you're like 16 at the time of this Misfits thing, but you've already been going to shows for like 4 years. When you started going to shows, you must have been like the youngest kid at any of these shows at 12.
Yeah. I think I was, well, I had a friend named Con Murphy who ended up passing away really young. But me and him were, they called us the baby punks, when we first started going to shows. That was, like I said, my brother would take, I don't think Con ever went to the shows at Jed's because my brother would just bring me on a whim. I'd be like, there's a normals are playing, or whatever. But I remember me and Con went to go see Talking Heads in like '79, and the normals opened that show as well. So that was, I think it was the Fear of Music tour of Talking. Yeah, I still love the Talking Heads. The More Songs About Buildings and Food is one of my favorite albums. It really is.
How would you be getting into these shows? Would you be sneaking in or would you just be like finding a way? Because once again, you're like so young to be doing this stuff.
Well, the ones at Jed's, my brother was the janitor. I think I
Yeah.
mentioned that. Yeah, he was like the overnight janitor. He would go in after the shows were done and like clean the place up. So he knew everybody there, and the club was always really open about that. I'm sure they had their rules, but nobody cared. Is the more like it. Because I think I mentioned too, even when I got older and going to shows by myself at the same club, Jed's, um, we would just walk in, me and all my other friends at the time who were like 15, 16, 17, underage, but still just nobody checked IDs there. And it was a free for all, that club, which was fun as hell when you're a kid. But that was Jed's, but like we would go see them on Loyola or Tulane campus. Like the normals would play with the Contenders, Backstabbers, Totally Cold, and yeah, and there was a show at the Contemporary Arts Center. They had a bunch of shows there. Actually, I think I went to two of those. The Normals and a band called Savage Saints from Texas, kind of like heavy punk rockabilly stuff.
So how old was your brother at the time when you guys moved there?
He was like, oh God, I don't really know, to be honest. But he was, I think he was like 18 years older than me. I had two brothers that were older than me, and one was like 10 years older, and I think my oldest brother was like 9 years older. I mean, 19 years older. I'm confused. It's not my strong suit is math, but I know it's an easy equation there. But yeah, so he was very much my elder, at the time.
And he was already into the kind of the punk rock stuff too, right? You
No,
said.
he didn't like it at all, but
Oh
he knew
wow.
I did. Yeah, he didn't like it. He was an old hippie, and when I first started bringing records home, he was offended by some of the stuff, like the Deadbeats. I had the Deadbeats 7-inch "Kill the Hippies." I love that record. I would purposely put it on the front of the stack, just to make him, or the Legionnaire's Disease 7-inch "Rather See You Dead" it's like the singer's dad in a casket at his funeral. Like that was the cover of that record. I would put that in the front just to bum out my brother. But he was a hippie, He would listen to my records and try to figure it out. He was a lot older, so he wasn't into it. He just was very cool to take me to these shows because he knew I was into it, even though he hated it depended on his mood, I guess, because he would bring me sometimes, and then the other times he was hateful about it. But
Is that why you started going eventually on your own? Is because you just got sick of taking it?
well, yeah, I mean that, and I ran away from home at like 15. I got put in a boys' home when I was 13, and I was there for like 3 years off, and I left and came back. So, yeah, it's around that time. 13, I went to the boys' home. Like by 14, 15, I'm starting to sneak out of the boys' home and go to shows. Or I would tell the boys' home, you could leave on the weekends at this place. It wasn't like a military place or anything, You could go home on the weekends, but you had to have an adult pick you up. So I'd have like a friend, actually Hatch Boy from Shell Shock, would come pick me up from the boys' home on Friday when everybody was going to their families, and he would say he's my uncle. And I would go with Hatch, and we'd hang out until the show that night or the show the next day, or and then come back on Sunday night to the boys' home. But eventually I just ran away for good. Went to Texas, went to LA in like 83. Yeah.
Were you
Stuff like
were you
that.
just hitchhiking to get out to Texas and
No, I
stuff?
had a girlfriend, I guess you could, a quote unquote girlfriend that was 23 years old when I was 16. Um, she had a huge mohawk, and I was just, infatuated with that and her at the time. I don't think she cared that much about me, though. It was just kind of like I was fun to have around for a bit, but I also used her like for rides to Texas, and I took a plane once to Texas to see another girl that I knew. Ended up hanging out with the verbal abuse people. I stayed at the verbal abuse house in Texas for a while. Me and Nikki Sicky have talked about that. And I disbanded the Ghetto Blasters from Houston. And we drive up to Austin to see the Dicks, the Stains. I saw the Dicks and the Stains, and saw the Circle Jerks, Channel 3 at the Ritz in Austin.
So is
Yeah,
it so it must be kind of like one, like obviously not one scene, but like largely interconnected between Texas, New Orleans, and a little bit of Florida too.
definitely. Houston and New Orleans were very close, like, trading bands. The band I mentioned, the Sluts from here, one of my favorite local bands. They would go to Houston all the time. Shell Shock occasionally. They didn't go out of town too much. And then Pensacola, Florida was the closest, kind of, until Shell Shock's tour later. But yeah, so they would switch off, just bands coming back and forth and making connections with everybody, and you know
And then there's also that really strong San Francisco, Texas kind of connection, like Legionnaire's Disease, MDC, like all those bands, DRI, like they all move
yeah,
up there eventually. Verbal
the
Abuse.
Dicks ended up
Yeah.
moving there. Yeah, that was crazy. Verbal Abuse did the same thing, to mention them again. But yeah, there's so many Houston and Austin bands just moved to San Francisco. and became part of that Vat Rats scene at the abandoned Ham's Beer. I don't know too much about it, but I know there was a bunch of those people. I think MDC were like the Dave Dichter, like kind of kept things in line there apparently, or something. I wished I'd gone there instead of LA. When I went to LA, ran away to LA, there was really not much going on in '83. I remember calling home once, and my Greg and Mike from Shell Shock are like, "Yeah, Black Flag's in town in New Orleans," and I'm like, "I'm in fucking LA." I did. This is a cool thing. I did meet this girl there. We were staying with me and the other girl. We're staying with a friend that we met in Long Beach, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I know Saccharine Trust and Descendants and all that. You want to go see somebody practice?" And I was like, "Of course, you know." And I saw the Descendants practice
That's
in
awesome.
a tiny little room. They called me an oxygen eater, and I was kind of insulted. Because I could tell, like, I'm this little bald head hardcore kid, which had already been, LA had already seen that, and it was done, there. Like, that was like passe, I guess, to being like, to look like that, to a punk dressed like that, and Descendants, they were growing their hair and stuff. It was when wasn't Tony the original guitar player or something? Or yeah, he was there. That was, and I got to see him do all those songs that are on like the first record, and it was amazing. I tried to just like blend into the wall and like not breathe too much because they called me an oxygen eater. They weren't mad about it though. They were kind of just like, "You guys just showed up here and didn't really, I don't think the girl called anyone or got permission. We just came knocking on the door, and luckily, I think the Alley Cats practiced there. Black Flag practiced there, but they were on tour. That would have been amazing. If I don't know if they would have let me in, but that would have been cool.
Yeah, I guess Bill would have that post kind of Black Flag damage a little bit too. I think Bill to this day, I wouldn't want to show up at a Descendants practice. I think he'd probably call me an oxygen eater, and I've been on tour with him like twice.
Right. Yeah. I remember meeting Bill way back when, like, I don't even know what year, but it was with Black Flag. I've never actually seen the Descendants except that rehearsal. I've never seen them. They're playing here in like next year, I think, at some point.
You gotta
I,
go.
I know, I know. I mean, oh, I just miss them every time we're on tour or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I love the Descendants.
Yeah, yeah. Bill's like one of my favorite people to kind of like be around, but every time I'm like, I don't know how it's gonna go. Like
Right?
he could burp in
Yeah.
my face, he could fart on me, we could have like a very intense conversation about something. Like it could go a myriad of ways.
I think all the Black Flag guys got like that, after a while. They there was, you've seen that, what is it, Reality 86.
Yes.
Yeah, nobody looks that happy. I mean, maybe the roadies because they're all smoking pot, but Henry looks miserable, and that was right before they broke up. So
It's interesting, like especially with Black Flag, like how all those people that were in that orbit were changed so much by the experience. And like
yeah,
there's like a like something that happened to each one of them that's there permanently for them for the rest of their lives. Like
I agree. I agree. That
that,
was just an intense, from what you read and hear, it was a very intense time. I remember like the first time I saw Black Flag with Henry. I think I mentioned before I saw them with Dez, but I couldn't get in the club. I had to watch through the door, but still I got to see him, with Dez. But the first time I saw him with Henry was the Damage tour in '82, and I mean they were just so like gregarious, like everybody's laughing, and just seemed like they were having fun, like having a great time. But then as the years went on, the touring was so intense, and just relationships, and who knows what happened exactly, but you get kind of an idea of what happened.
Yeah, it's like when you watch a documentary, and obviously I'm overstating it a little bit, but like about Nexium or one of these cults,
Right.
and then the people after they were involved in that cult, where they're still
Right. Yeah.
connected to it in a way.
I get that totally. Yeah. I mean, Black Flag were kind of a cult, I mean, if you kind of, I mean, not in the sense that like Nexium was, but the kind of a cultish behavior there with the, I don't know, man. Not letting too many people in their inner circle and kind of keeping people out. And Greg's a strange guy, so I don't know.
When I was in like high school, we had a guy come in who was part of the Canadian Center of Mind Abuse. That was like an anti-cult government group that eventually got sued into oblivion. Uh,
Right.
but
Oh, really?
they would go and reverse kidnap people from cults and all this kind of stuff. And he was like talking about the indoctrination techniques that a cult will use and how they'll disrupt your sleep patterns,
Yes.
poorly feed you, like make you chant the same thing over and over again. I'm like, this sounds exactly like being in a band.
It does.
Like, that's my
Right?
entire
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. No, I was just saying I could see that for sure,
Yeah, we're all
There's,
brainwashed by this punk
yeah,
rock thing.
definitely.
Very quickly, punk rock must kind of become like a family to you, though, in a lot of ways, right? Like in New Orleans, like these people around you, like obviously pretending to be your uncle, these shows and this whole thing becomes your more than just your community, it seems.
Yeah, I mean that's probably why I gravitated to all that, like losing my parents at a young age. Then I lost my middle brother or in like very early on. Just my friends are my family, moving to New Orleans is the best thing we could have done. I don't know what would have happened if I had stayed in North Carolina, but it's definitely was like, going to school and meeting other kids. There weren't many, but and going to shows, of course, you start to meet more people. The record store was probably the best place to meet people. I wasn't searching people out, but it just everybody just kind of gravitates together, and you're like, we're going to the show tonight. Yeah, of course, and it definitely family for sure. Still to this day.
Yeah, it's interesting talking to yourself or Stephen McDonald or Harley Flanagan, like people that were involved in this thing really young. And I know a lot of people get involved in punk rock when they're young, but like you
Yeah,
guys were like preteens.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I turned 12, so that was the first time I started getting into the music. I probably saw the Normals when I was later 12, in that year. So like going to see that stuff that young was just mind opening, and I'm so glad it happened to me.
Yeah, there's like this sort of, I guess, double-edged sword to this whole thing because it is this incredibly amazing positive environment where there is this sort of familial structure. But like you said, there's also these like older predatory people that are
Sure.
around. Like both you and Stephen McDonald had experiences with people that were much older than you, that were obviously like
Yeah.
clearly not operating with the best of intentions. And but then at the same time, like you're saying, it also provides this sort of like familial structure in a lot of ways too.
Yeah, and you don't realize it at the time, but that you're probably searching for something kind of familiar as in a family, obviously, but you don't really notice it. I wasn't actively seeking, a mom or a dad or a brother, but everybody kind of becomes your parents and your brothers at the same time, being that young, people looked out for me a lot. Even when I caused the trouble, they would take up for me, which was always great.
It's like I gotta say, like I haven't met everyone obviously from the scene you kind of come from, but I've met a couple people now.
Yeah.
You're definitely seemingly one of the most well-adjusted out of all the people I've talked to from that scene. You've been through a lot of shit.
I've been told that, and I really don't understand it either. I don't. It's kind of strange that I don't know, man. I just I could be dead. You know, I mean, I could be in a mental institution. There's so many things that jail. I could be in prison the rest of my life, but I don't know, man. I just carry on. You know, I just move forward, and survival's just always been my key thing. You know, just to keep surviving and try to go to the next thing and not get, you know, of course you do get caught up in things, but you just have to get out of it and hopefully get out of it and move forward.
Maybe it's because of the art you make being so, not everything is misanthropic, but there is like a misanthropic quality to a lot of the art that you make. But you just have this sort of like overwhelming positivity to you in the way that you're like, you're obviously still here, but I mean, just in like the way you approach life, it seems.
Yeah, I it's not a thing I do on purpose either, you know, like I mean, I used to be really negative, you know, years ago. It was, you know, more way more negative, misanthropic, nihilist behavior, you know. I think I mentioned that before as well. Some people are they're mad if because I have a more positive attitude now. You know, they don't want to see that. But people don't know me, you know. People think I know you're in a band. People think they know you personally, but they don't at all. Like, and you know, just the things they'll say that other people believe them, you know, but they don't know me personally. If you meet me at a show and I'm friendly, that's great, but don't go tell your friends you're my best friend now, you know, and you've been knowing me. And but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I try to be more positive these days. Is all I can do really. Negativity just doesn't get you anywhere. You know, the alcohol and the drugs and that stuff was all a part of that. Just being super negative and being miserable a lot and angry more. I'm still angry at stuff, of course, you know, but not like I was. I'm also older, so I'm, you know, I think I've evolved a bit as a human, hopefully.
But it can go the other way too, right? Like we probably all know people that are older that maybe
Yeah,
are a lot more negative now.
that definitely happens for sure. Yeah, it's like they get older and they get more nihilistic or more negative to the point where they're into some really crazy things and are hanging by a thread, you know, with drugs and alcohol. And I mean, it's sooner or later you have to stop doing that stuff. I mean, to each his own. I'm not preaching to nobody. I never would, you know, but you can, I mean, it will kill you. I mean, I proved it to myself. You know, all the years I thought I'm drinking, it's slow suicide, you know, doing drugs, intravenous drugs, drinking hard liquor, any kind of, you know, taking acid and that doesn't, it's not a bad thing, but, you know, just everything happening. But it just all, it all crumbles at some point, you know. You can't, you either die or go to jail or you get over it and survive.
It's almost like you might as well live.
Yeah, well, I decided I wanted to live, you know. It's just something about being in the hospital, and I was in the hospital for 3 months, and before that, like off and on for months, going back and forth to the hospital, just really sick, you know, until they decided to just keep me there. But just after that whole experience, you kind of see things differently. I don't know if, I mean, I'm sure that makes sense. It just, you start seeing things. I mean, I'm sure something that could happen to someone and they would come out and being like, fuck the world still, you know? I mean, fuck the world, yes, but fuck the world in a positive way.
Yeah.
You know, just, you know, I guess it depends on who you are and how your mind works, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Like I think it very much depends on the person and the type of person, but I think there's there's something like reassuring for a fan to know that people are in a better place,
Yeah,
and to, like, you know, yourself and Jerry A. I look at both you guys as being like
right,
two
right.
two people that have like come through some shit, obviously, and have, like you're saying, still are dealing with stuff, but at the same time, like, have like, I don't know, there's an optimism in the nihilism now.
I think of him often. I've read his book not that long ago, or his three books, and we have a lot of similarities, a lot of relatable stuff in those books that it was just like he was reading my story at points, you know. And I'm like, wow, this is, you know, I like Jerry a lot. He's cool as fuck.
Even the way you guys look at music and the bands you guys like and the way you guys talk about music, like, geographically from completely different parts of the United States, and different scenes and different
Yeah,
experiences, but very similar in the way you guys, like, I don't know, approached punk.
I think it's that we both have that. Like, there were times you want to give up, but you don't, and you because I just can't. I can't get there's times I've definitely wanted to give up and blow my head off, you know, but I didn't, and I got over that thing and whatever it was, and I just have this urge to survive. I don't know where it comes from, or you know, it's just, and it's been stronger since my surgery, you know.
Do you think people tend to glamorize kind of the darker side of the scene you guys come from a little bit, or like romanticize it a little bit?
Of course, definitely. I read another thing. I shouldn't read comments, but yeah, there's people that think you have to be on drugs or you have to be homeless or an alcoholic or something to listen to this music, which is absurd. And you know, and there's some intelligent people that go, no, you don't. And I'll see those comments, you know, they're like, no, I have a good job and a family and kids, and I love Eyehategod, you know. Well, people don't know. It goes back to people thinking they know you personally, or you as an artist or performer. They think they know you so personally, but it's like they think. I mean, we've got people thinking we're like these total rednecks, like living in the swamp, you know, just like shooting heroin all day, and like, this. It's not. I'm sorry to break their myth, but it's not true. You know, we're not that smart, but we, you know, we try. We just we that's false. I see when people make up these legends about bands because you know there's not a certain info available or whatever, and it's what they want you to be. You know, they want you to be. They people want me to drink, but then if they see me with a White Claw on stage, there's six people going, he's so fucked up now. Oh my God, Mike is dying again. And it's like, I'm having a White Claw. It's like the weakest thing. I mean, you know, I don't understand. I don't understand people that well. They confuse me. The human race confuses me.
When I think what, and this happens to and a musician at any stage of sort of quote unquote popularity, but like, there's a lot of projection that happens with people,
Yeah.
and I now I look back on my behavior as a fan towards a lot of artists and the way I felt this sort of entitlement to their lives, and I'm like, oh, that was my shit that I was projecting onto them. That has nothing to do
Yeah.
with them and their lives.
Right. I mean, that's definitely a thing as well.
I think we also want these people that we look up to be almost one dimensional, to be like the Misfits, where it is very cut and dry, like,
Yeah,
oh, there, it's this thing or it's that thing, and then as soon as there's complexity in it, it's like, oh, no, no, I don't, no, no, I want simple slogans and
sure.
simple
Yeah.
choruses.
When it is complex, or a human being is complex, in a band or complex in their personalities, even if they don't know you, but they make up their own stories to make it palatable for them, you know, to and they, you know, there's a lot of younger kids today that seem to not understand the old days or where I come from or where we come from, you know, and they kind of make up their own legends about it all.
Where did it come from? Like, is it really like start with Shell Shock as like the band that kind of like starts this branch of the tree?
Um, well, the Sluts. I mean, it starts for me with the Normals, and the Red Rockers. I mean, I was a kid going to see those bands, and I had a bunch of different bands. I had a habit of quitting my own band a lot back when I was a teenager. I My first band, Teenage Waste, my first real band that played shows, Teenage Waste. I quit that band for I don't remember why, but it just got kind of boring to me. I wanted to play different stuff. We were playing kind of a medium paced kind of punk, trying to be hardcore. I was already into like DC hardcore and the Germs and Black Flag, and these guys were a little older and still into the Sex Pistols, which is fine to have that mix. But I think I just wanted to move on to something. But I guess Shell Shock is definitely the band that they were real personable guys. They got along with everybody. So I think the networking through the scene and getting people to come out to shows and stuff, that was definitely a selling point for Shell Shock. But it starts with me with those bands, and then like the hardcore thing is like the Sluts, Shell Shock. There's a bunch of other bands, Graveyard Rodeo I've mentioned.
Yeah.
But Yeah. What are you saying exactly? Like what led to this?
Like with
Like
the
out in the
sonic,
scene
yeah, like the sonic kind of like approach to this music, which obviously it's not a monolith. All these bands that kind of get lumped together are very different in the way they're approaching this thing, but
here.
there is like certain like cliched things that people always hang on, like the groove of it, obviously the speed, the
Yeah.
heaviness, um and like I guess like Shell Shock recordings don't necessarily reflect where this stuff goes, so I'm just always been wondering like what's the band to you where this starts kind of like appearing.
Well, I think I said this before as well. The first Shell Shock 7-inch was the how they sounded until they had really bad luck with mixes on their albums, and then they started. By the time they really put an album out, that album's got a really bad mix, but they were starting to go a little metal and change their sound a bit. So I don't think they ever got their due. So their albums aren't heavy, really. The first 7 inches got a good guitar sound and it's fast and it's got a good hardcore thing going. But then Graveyard Rodeo was the band. They never put out a real album either. They put out albums, but the lineup is so screwed. There's like one original member on their first actual record. The demos that are on YouTube, like Realms of the Undead, they were the first local band to mix hardcore with like kind of horror stuff. Not in a Misfits way, but like kind of a gory kind of thing. But they were playing like hardcore punk. But they would have slow parts. I had a rehearsal tape for them, God, how 84, maybe 83, 84. And it was just had these slow, heavy parts that we were just like, whoa, like that's really cool. I mean, we loved Black Sabbath. Everybody loved Sabbath, not if they would admit it all the time, but we loved Sabbath and we loved Venom and Motorhead, but the slow parts that they did were just, they influenced a lot of bands here.
And they formed in like 79, I was reading, or like 81 there, but like it's 93, I think the Century Media record comes out eventually.
Yeah. So it's from 79 to or 80 to 93. That's a whole different lineup. They did used to do Sex Pistols covers and maybe an AC/DC cover. They were called Bob's Barbecue to begin with. That was the name of the band. Like total silly kind of punk name. And then their drummer Wayne, he passed away like not that long ago, maybe 6 months ago.
Oh man, rest
Did
in
we
peace.
call Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, he was a big part of the scene. He was an admitted Satanist. That was his whole deal. He was like 6'2", jet black hair, big muscle guy with a big mustache. he had the mustache all through the punk and hardcore days, and we're all like, back then it was like having that facial hair was strange. Now it's commonplace, and you look good with it. But you know what I mean? Like back then it was weird. But Doobie, he was always a big figure in the scene, and that was his band. But I don't know what went from doing the Sex Pistols covers, and it got very dark. They were a dark band. Like their sound and vibe on those old demos and rehearsals was very dark, and the lyrics were sometimes goofy, but some of it was kind of deep and dark, personal stuff.
Yeah.
And they would have props when they played, which made it kind of silly, like coffins and things. But I don't know. Doobie/Wayne was a big influence on a lot of people in the city.
And he went on to play in Necrophagia too, right? I
He
believe.
did, yes, yeah.
Like it's, and also I guess Pepper was in that group from COC, like a crazy family tree in that band.
Yeah, they had so many lineup changes, Graveyard Rodeo. I mean, I couldn't even tell you like how many people, and like at least three of the original members are dead, I believe. And like, but they Pepper was in like Mark 2 or 3 of that band, maybe Mark 2, where they did the I forgot what the demo is called, but it's got the Manson samples.
Yeah,
We obviously not stole from them, but had that idea like Manson samples. That's really cool. So we use that on our first album, a different sample, obviously, but we're influenced by Graveyard Rodeo.
so that's, I guess, like the band that's kind of, yeah, going to the dark side
Yeah,
first.
right. That's I would say them. The Sluts were a very sloppy 3 chord, sometimes 2 chords. I mentioned this before. Just total punk slash like hardcore band, but real fun to see. And their lyrics are kind of goofy and silly, but there's something dark about them as people, because being a young kid and not even being into drugs or alcohol yet, and seeing those guys, I was like, these guys are junkies, I think, like allegedly. I'll say allegedly, but it's like, that's, that was kind of a darkness thing too. And then they would play with Graveyard Rodeo. I mean, this city has a dark vibe a lot of the times. There's a lot of history, just about, it's silly voodoo and all that stuff. But, there is just a lot of darkness in the city. I guess, just reading the history of the city.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people, I think that adds to a lot of people's like mystique around the
Yeah,
bands from there.
for
Like it's
sure.
Anne Rice, Nine Inch Nails fantasy kind of version of what the city is
Sure.
projected onto the bands.
Yep, it's true. The cemeteries you drive by, and there's these above ground cemeteries and the Spanish moss hanging off of the magnolia trees. And it's very Southern Gothic. It's just, this is how we grew up here. And, jazz funerals coming down your block if you live in a certain neighborhood, uptown. Or I live in a neighborhood called Treme, and it's like pure New Orleans here. A
I've
lot
seen
of,
the series.
yeah, we're on an episode. I don't know if we talked about that.
No, we haven't talked about it. But I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, we were. I thought I mentioned it, but I'm not sure. We were on an episode of that. Just like a quick. They're having a conversation in a bar. Two of the characters. I haven't even watched the entire series, but there's the characters are talking, and we're playing in the background. And you can see our banner. I hate God. It's cool. It was fun to do.
That's awesome. Like
Yeah.
I think like it's, you can't think of like too many cities. I think maybe that's not true. Like there are cities in America that at a time like the music scene really reflected the city. Like
Yeah.
I think, like, not to keep going back to DC, but I think the DC punk scene to me has
Right.
always reflected Washington DC as a sort of like center of political capital.
Yes. For
In
sure.
in the same way, I think New Orleans bands have kind of reflected that city, and not in this the stereotype kind of way, but like
I know what you mean. Yeah.
you guys are that city.
Yeah. So yeah, so that darkness kind of thing was attractive to me. It always had been before growing up. I mean, watching horror movies and things as well. Like when you're a really young kid, that all that it's just I was just attracted to Graveyard Rodeo for that reason and the way they sounded dark. It's sad that they didn't put an album out in the original lineup. So when I say people that hear this and go out and buy the album, they might be disappointed. And but I don't know. I think the original singer is on one of those albums, but it's just not the same. I don't know. But that's when the dark thing started, and I was like, oh, cool. These guys are friends of mine, and they're a great band, and so we, I just was naturally writing. I had been writing since I was younger, A lot of the Eyehategod lyrics that came out on like the first album, maybe even the second album, and in my book, we didn't talk about my book, Cancer Social Activity. But
Has it been reissued yet or no?
yeah, I own the rights, so I do it. It's all DIY. I do it myself. That's why it's not available online anywhere. People hate me for that, but I'm not in town to do orders. It's like last time I did that, and people would order the book when I was on tour for a month and a half, and then they start complaining because I don't ship it out. So I just sell it at shows now. I mean, eventually I'll put it online. But yeah, this is like I don't even know if it's like the seventh or eighth printing of it. But anyway, the lyrics, some of those lyrics on In the Name of Suffering are from like 85, 86 that I wrote like back then. Then In the Name of Suffering, the name itself was something I did like cut and paste like out of different things, books and things, and wrote In the Name of Suffering and glued it on a piece of paper. But in like 85, like around that time, some of that stuff. And I just was like, oh, I got all these lyrics from 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I'm going to use these in the first Eyehategod record.
Because I'm sure you did other bands in between. Were you saving these because you knew there was going to be something that came along that fit it? Or
I was hoping. Yeah, I was hoping something would fit that, But like after Teenage Waste, I did a band called Suffocation by Filth. We never recorded, but I think there's some rehearsal stuff somewhere online. But that's the band I was telling you. We did a Discharge cover and a Bad Brains cover, but we were kind of like we also did a Sodom cover.
It's awesome.
The German band Sodom, yeah. And so that band, I think I quit that band too. I can't remember. But yes, from there, and then Crawl Space was the next band. It was more voivodish kind of metal. You said you had Voices of a Red God.
Well, here's what I realized, because you're like, oh, with Crawl Space on it. And I'm like, no, it's not on here. That's because only the tape version had Crawl Space. The tape version.
Are you serious?
Yeah, the tape version has 2 tracks that are not on the LP version. And unfortunately, Crawl Space is one of them. I will say that I've read some reviews online, and people say that the 2 best tracks were left off the LP version, being Crawl Space and the other band.
Oh, I had no idea they left us off the vinyl.
I know, it's so weird. It's like
probably because it was a Texas compilation is what it was meant to be. We drove down to Houston to record. So maybe they left us and another New Orleans band off. I don't know.
Well, Soylent Green's the only non-Texas band
they're on the vinyl.
That's on the vinyl, yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
So they maybe felt like, okay, we got room for one. That's our quota for non-Texas bands on the LP.
Yeah, I didn't even know we're not on the vinyl. That's interesting, but yeah.
Well, if they reissued, I guarantee they're putting the Crawl Space track on the reissue. Guaranteed.
They should.
Guaranteed.
It's a good song. It's very metal, but that was the guys I was in the band with, writing the music. And that was the band that I left to join Eyehategod. Well, we were practicing, me and Jimmy, and there's another singer before me, but I was going to watch them like play this Melvins ripoff stuff. Is what we called it. We were like, let's rip off the Melvins and like We Glowy Porch Treatments was the album that really, for me, that's when I was already in the Obsessed and early COC's Animosity. It's got some slow stuff on it. Saint Vitus, Trouble, Pentagram, like back in the mid '80s, into that stuff. But for some reason, Glowy Porch Treatments just changed our brains. We just couldn't stop listening to it and decided to just go and change the riff by one note and jam that stuff.
That's awesome. Were there
Yeah,
was there any goth bands, or were there any goth bands in New Orleans in the 80s?
there have been, but I can't think of. I wasn't really involved in that scene, but I don't think it was a very big scene, but I don't really know. I used to hang out at a goth bar called the Blue Crystal, which I would call it goth, but it was punks and goth and just subculture bar.
Yeah.
And I would go there just because I love goth women, and I was young and I would go there and we would hang out. But I know there was some bands, but I can't really pinpoint the names of any local goth bands.
It's interesting because like every other city across, I guess, North America, I'm sure there was in Mexico too. I know there were in Mexico, had goth bands in the mid 80s, but I can't really think of any New Orleans bands that had records out like that. Like,
I don't think if there were bands here, they didn't have records out. Probably,
yeah. What was it always a scene that had a presence of drugs in it, or was that something that kind of appears later on? Like you're in Vancouver, there's a point where drugs started showing up, and in particular, sort of heroin and heavier drugs.
Yeah, no, in the early days, it was, it was unheard of, really. I mean, you'd meet people that smoked pot, and of course, people drank beer here and there. I remember being like 13 and having the X on my hand, and then like I started drinking when I was like 13, 14, but I'd have the X on my hand drinking a beer. It's just so absurd, but I don't know any other words for it, but absurd.
I don't think you were the first, sadly. I think there were a couple of people that probably X'd up and still were having the beers.
I didn't. I think my friends were doing it too. We didn't think we were straight edge. We just were into the DC thing, and we thought it was cool. No one else knew what it was. No, only our group of people knew what Discord was or SOA or the Untouchables or somebody.
Yeah.
Flex Your Head record was like that never left the turntable for a long time.
You've got such a deep knowledge of punk so early on. Like you're talking about the Deadbeats, you're talking about all these bands. Like when did you first become aware of like international punk rock, like other than British stuff? I mean,
Yeah, that was another early thing. Speaking of the British stuff, was the No Future 45s, like Red Alert and the Blitz. I think were Blitz on. I don't know if they were on that label, but
they're on No Future. Yeah.
bought all those around the same time. The Partisans, like
Police
all these.
Story.
Yeah, a great song.
Oh, killer.
So great, man. We're playing with them next year. Apparently, they're on the CY Fest, the Corrupted
Oh,
Youth
yeah. That's awesome.
in LA. Yeah, the Oppressed are playing. A bunch of bands are. I think Midnight's playing. There's like so many bands on that. But anyway, I'm getting off the subject. Yeah, that was an early. Buying those in the Crass records were very early on. Were that I was buying. But what was your question?
Well, like more like the international stuff, like
Oh
outside
yeah,
of the UK.
probably. Maxim Rock and Roll was probably. I think I bought that Peace compilation, or one of my friends bought it, and it had that first issue of Maxim Rock and Roll, and from that day on, we bought every issue. Starting with the first one with MDC on the cover. We just and that's how I learned about bands like Rattus and Chaos from Finland, and I love Finnish hardcore. It's so great. The Japanese stuff. That was a part of my listening that when I said hardcore got boring in like 83, 84, late 83, 84, that's the time that we started hearing about the Japanese bands. I guess American hardcore got generic and was like Reagan sucks type stuff. That's what I call it. But and obviously metal was starting in post punk, but Japan was full on into the hardcore. So that I learned of those bands from Maximum Rock and Roll, Lip Cream and Alto and Gas Tunk, and there's so many great bands from Japan.
Oh yeah.
And that's probably Maximum Rock and Roll's fault. All that, you know.
It's it's amazing when you look back on Max Rock and Roll and like the role it played in like scene building. Like there's just very few things
Yeah,
like really
yeah.
it came down to that publication and the way that thing kind of like spread for better or for worse. Like I'm sure if when I know if you ask Roger Moret or if you ask Ray Capo, they don't talk about it in such glowing terms, but I think for the rest of
No,
us it was pretty amazing.
yeah. I mean, I loved it. I was Flipside and Maximum Rock and Roll obviously were the two big ones. I loved Flipside because I've always had a soft spot for that LA early punk mask scene with the screamers, the weirdos, germs, all those early bands, controllers, and all that stuff. You know, it's amazing stuff. But Flipside always had kind of this kind of attitude, kind of a smart ass kind of attitude. They would have the bands and scene reports and stuff, but Maximum Rock and Roll was more serious, and you could definitely learn more, I think, from Maximum Rock and Roll, like about the world and scenes across the world, like we were saying. But yeah, I think a lot of people that was their and book your own fucking life. That thing came out, and everybody just booked their own tours out of that. So it was very important at the time, you know.
Yeah, like Flipside, and I loved it as well. Like I definitely
Yeah,
anytime I could find it, I would buy it as a kid.
right.
But it always felt like I was reading a zine about someone else's scene.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of what I meant about kind of sarcastic. I guess they were talking about their own little scene,
Yeah,
so they kind of attitude about it. I don't know.
but like you're saying, MRR kind of filled a more like utilitarian kind of purpose. Like you're saying, book your own
Yeah,
fucking life. But even like the way you read it and the columns and everything about it was like still elitist, but it was like, hey,
yeah.
come
They
look at
were
this thing.
definitely elitist, you know, like no metal bands or no bands that. I mean, that was when Tim Yohannan was there. Was no anything that's slightly metal is not going in the magazine. That is there was a lot of good bands that maybe sounded slightly metal, so they missed out on some of that. But yeah, I agree totally that it was more like a manual than it was a zine. Like there's the politics stuff, and then there's just record reviews and the scene reports from all over the world where you don't expect punk rock to be, but there it is, in the 80s, like it's a global phenomenon, or underground, but still,
Yeah, and I feel like even in its sort of attempt to kind of be the monolith and like this is the punk thing, I think that encouraged so many other things to kind of rise up in opposition to it, and like
Sure.
Heart Attack or Hit List or Punk Planet or even like Inside Out front scene fanzine and stuff. Like they were like a Inside Front fanzine. There were like a lot of people being like,
Yeah,
well, I don't like that, I want to do my own version of this. But that was inspirational too in that way.
there was so many great zines back then, but I kind of I loved Max and Rock and Roll for the information, but I kind of did like Flipside because of that irreverent kind of attitude, and I liked zines with that type of style, I can't think of so many. There were so many. I mean, we were lucky to have a record store. The Leisure Landing was the first record store and the Mushroom was another one, but they didn't carry zines. Maybe music magazines, like glossy stuff. Then this store opened called the Metronome, and they would just have so many zines of just you just buy them and just grab them. You don't know what's in it or anything. You just want to have it and read about these other scenes, and bands.
Yeah, by the time like the magazine publication world completely crumbled in the early 2000s, but there was just like that zine culture, to watch it blossom into sort of these like mainstream glossy magazines,
Mhm.
like we talked about Film Threat and Big Brother
Yeah,
Skateboard Magazine. And I guess like Vice is the ultimate
right.
manifestation of it, and like that media empire that came out of people that were reading Max Rock and Roll and Answer Me and all these zines.
Yeah. Wasn't it called The Voice in the
Yeah.
beginning? It was like a little Xerox zine, right?
No, it
And
was
then,
never Xerox. They got in on a scam real early.
oh, okay.
They got like some sort of Somali cultural magazine, and they used
Hmm.
some government grant thing that they kind of like piggybacked on this magazine for. But it was
Right.
The Voice. It was like a newsprint thing. The first one I picked up was issue number
Okay.
4, and it had Frank
Wow.
Kozik with the dog, his like dog holding a machine gun on the cover.
Oh, cool, man. Yeah, I've never seen those in person, the early ones.
There's some weird, like the early issues are there's some very weird things in some of those early ones.
I'm sure, yeah.
And then even as it went on, it was yeah, like it's like once again you can totally tell like there's whole articles that were taken from Answer Me
Oh,
fans
yeah.
and just like kind of rewritten a little bit, and
Right.
like the influence was worn very much on the sleeve.
Yes. I mean, there were some zines like that too, like punk zines, where they would just cut articles out of Max Rock and Roll and glue them to their thing, you know.
Yeah.
But that's fine, you know. It was good.
Yeah, like how many times did people just like steal, like we were talking about with that Modern Warfare 7-inch, and that
Yeah,
sort of like how many pieces of artwork have just been taken out of a zine and used completely without a context for where it came from,
of
like
tons.
so many times, so many.
I had a zine, I guess, what year? Maybe 84, 85, called Broken Promises, Broken Heads was the
Oh,
name of
what an awesome name.
it. I did 2 issues, all by, well, my friend Champ helped some, like, write some. I had no typewriter, so it was all handwritten. And I would cut, pictures out from all sorts of things, but I would kind of make these really artsy kind of collages with it all, like try to make it not look like the original thing. And I would interview people and do mail interviews with Zyklone. What was that band? Zyklone A. The
The
I don't know
Belgian
where
band?
they were from Europe, but
I think they're
Zyklone
Belgian,
A.
maybe. Like they're on the
I
Pushead
think
comp,
so.
right? I think.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Larm. I interviewed Larm back then.
that's
There,
awesome.
New York City Mayhem, like when it was like Tommy or whatever, and I guess
Craig
Craig was.
Satari, yeah, Craig was
Yeah,
in that too.
Craig. I'm good friends with Craig now, so I think he remembered my zine somehow because we had a mutual friend in New York that used to always write me, and he mentioned his name one day, and I was like, "How do you?" He's like, "I know. I know what you've been doing." And like he was joking, there's some mutual friends from the '80s. I'm sure we had many more, but yeah, Craig's great. But yeah, so I did 2 issues, and that was the end of it. I didn't. It was all like if somebody would order one through the mail, I put in like a few ads here and there, like classifieds. I would print it up as they ordered them. I think I actually had distribution at once from one time from like Green World or somebody. I remember getting a check for like $17. And I was like, wow, they paid me. They actually paid me. That's when you're a kid, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and like where else could you just be a kid and start your own magazine and get paid for it?
Right. Yeah. Because I remember you had to do it, you had to send them the zines first for distro. And it was like Green World or one of those distribution places from the 80s. And I sent them like 10 copies. I'm like, well, that's my money gone. But they actually paid me. It was pretty cool. I think Rough Trade paid me back then. Like it was, not much, but just cool to have that transaction. And I'm like doing a zine, people are reading. We used to get on these phone calls with this is more towards the crossover stuff with like Caton from Hyrax and like the guy from Possessed, the band Possessed. We'd get on these, like somebody would do a 3-way call and then that person would do a 3-way call. So there'd be like 12 people on these calls, and it'd be all these mostly LA folks, I guess, but
So is it like
it
a press conference kind of thing?
yeah, but done through three-way calling, like, and everybody's just talking shit about bands, and just and what new bands there are and stuff like that.
Oh, was it like sort of you guys are just kind of meeting, doing like information exchanges about music stuff?
Yeah, like just one day I get a phone. I had my phone number in the zine, I believe, and I used to write like Woody from COC, would send him my zine. Tom G. Warrior, I'd write with him back and forth. Caton from Hyrax. That was the crossover, like 84, 85. So yeah, I just remember one day I get a phone call and I pick it up, and Caton's like, "Hey man, I've got blah blah blah," and there was like 6 or 7 other people, on the phone. I didn't know any of them. I didn't even know him until I met him a few years ago. I didn't just knew him from. He remembered me though from back then, which was really cool.
That's awesome. It's like proto podcasting.
Kind of was, it was just a group of people. There was a zine called Brain Damage, and it was one of the first zines I ever saw that had Exodus, Death Angel. Not really a fan of Death Angel, but Exodus, Possessed, Slayer, Metallica back in '84, and it was so underground at the time. It was but yeah, they did the conference call type thing, and it was just an interesting, fun thing.
There's like I love that kind of period of stuff. Like there's a bunch of zines from up here around that era where you had like New York City Mayhem, Larm. I guess there's that comp a couple years later, and the War Zone, which kind of reflects this stuff where you have stuff that's kind of hardcore, stuff that's kind of metal, but everything's still super underground, tape trading kind of vibe.
Right.
Pre the marketing of crossover, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the best days of tape trading were back then. Getting live full shows from before Exodus's album came out. I remember having a whole live show. The guy who did it was called Metal Mania, Ron Quintana. It was a San Francisco or Berkeley again. It was the Bay Area based zine. I think San Francisco, but it was all about they were really happening there. They had a lot of stuff going on. Like Metal Church is from Seattle, but just there was some band called Control and Anvil Chorus, all these strange metal bands I'd never heard of out of this zine. But like I said, that's when to me the hardcore had gotten generic or it was going super metal, so that was usually a good thing. But those bands were, Slayer was like the best, Venom and Slayer.
Yeah, like I guess like Metal Church also, it's like Kurt from the Lude in there.
Right.
And so there's like I guess there's like there are
That's
punk
right.
people that are kind of going over to metal at that point or had wound up in
That's
metal.
what it was. That's what kind of blew my mind was seeing that I'm not the only person, like me and my friends in New Orleans, like realizing that this crossover thing is, it was on the West Coast in Seattle and New York. So it was cool to see that all happening at the same time. So trading tapes was the only way to get a lot of that stuff.
How how did the explosion of I know I'm jumping all over the place with this, but I just was like
I know
so
this
many
whole
questions.
interview is not in chronological
No,
order.
not at all. I've
Not at
just
all.
you just had to deal with like question diarrhea from me as I'm like trying to ask
No,
you like
that's fine.
20 some odd years of questions at once. Um,
Well, my answers are all over the place, and I forget what you asked, and then I'm rambling, and so.
no,
But it's all information we're given here.
yeah,
So
you're staying on the horse, Mike, which is more than I can
fine.
say for myself right now. So,
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
what about like how did it change things in the wake of Pantera kind of exploding? In was there like a like industry coming down trying to sign bands? Like was there like sort of like a feeding frenzy around stuff back then?
Well, they were in Texas at the time when they got signed. Phil was from New Orleans, but he was living in Dallas, Fort Worth area, somewhere around there.
But I mean
And
like
that's what the.
when it explodes, I mean like after that kind of
Oh, well, yeah. I Hate God being on Century Media kind of came from. I mailed them a tape, but one of the guys That's when they re-released the first album, In the Name of Suffering. But then, like later on, they did come to New Orleans to watch us practice. They signed Graveyard Rodeo, but it took them a while to get a record out. Graveyard Rodeo toured over there, I think, before they even had a record out. I think, I'm not sure, but yeah. So there wasn't a lot of that going on around me, but Century Media did come here. There may have been other people, and you know, and well, Relapse. We knew the Relapse guys that put out like the Solent Green stuff. We knew them from like being in bands and stuff. So, and we love that label. They always put out good stuff. But they may have came to New Orleans. I'm not sure, but I don't remember a big industry thing, coming here.
Yeah. When Dax was on the show from Acid Bath, he talked about Roadrunner coming down, trying to sign them and getting scared off real quick by how out of hand the
Yeah,
show got.
I could see that. Monty Connor from Roadrunner. Yeah. He came out to our show in Brooklyn, I guess last year or so, and he was talking about how they wanted to sign us, and I'm like, no, you didn't. If you would have signed us if you wanted to sign us. But I think they had signed Buzz Oven for a minute, and that became problematic somehow because Buzz Oven was notoriously, hard to work with, and so. But yeah, I could see them coming, but I didn't. If Roadrunner came down, I didn't know about it.
I think a lot of these labels also getting down there and realizing like, oh, it's not shtick. Like these bands are like
Yeah,
really
yeah,
like this.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's the truth. I think it did scare some people that this is all really happening. That I remember going up to New York, like one of the first times we played the Limelight in New York, and we probably played CB's also that same trip. But we were hanging out with these record label people. There's kind of like escorting us around and stuff, and we're playing. Oh no, we played ABC in Rio, and that neighborhood was notorious for heroin around there. So they're like, okay, this thing's over, the show's over, and we're like, hold on, we have to do something really quick, and we're gone for like an hour and a half or something while these label Century Media folks are waiting in the car. And I think they knew, we went and copped drugs in the Lower East Side, on Rivington Street, right there, ABC Naria, around the corner or something. But yeah, I think that kind of disturbed them a bit, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that being like, well, that like just it's real, and there's just so much of music that's just edifice, or a lot of people playing a part, or
Yeah,
like
sure.
especially with
I mean,
dark stuff too, right? Like people like just you know, it's a shtick for some people, like Misfits kind of vibe.
yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. I mean, I was saying earlier, like people think you have to be on drugs or to listen to this music, but you don't, But some of the bands, like, they don't have to. I guess I thought differently back in the early 90s. I was kind of like, oh, these people are fake. This band's ripping off our style or our sound, but they're just kind of, which is a shitty way to think, really, to think that, that, I mean, they could play whatever they want. It's not me to judge that, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like I think what I want from and not just punk and hardcore bands, any art is like I want it to reflect the person's experience, and
Yeah.
that can be lived experience or like aspirational experience or something. Like I want it to be like authentic to who the creator is.
It's definitely better if it's authentic, I would say, because sometimes you can't tell. You don't know. I would think, uh, you don't know who's really living it or not. But
And like one, it doesn't have to be quite like as on the edge as we're talking about with Lower
Okay.
East Side scoring. I mean, but like even just like like that's what I like about the DC stuff is because I think it's honest to their experience. Like when you listen to those Minor Threat lyrics, like
Yeah.
he's telling you what he's experiencing, and I think that's what makes it appealing to me, and that's what makes it still hold up all these years later.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I mean, there were some personal lyrics, but about the scene and about friends and betrayals and things, and
Yeah,
what was going on. Yeah.
there's like a Ben Gibbard from that band Death Cab for Cutie does like a solo piano version of Filler,
Hmm.
and it's crazy how vulnerable those lyrics sound when you kind of take
Really,
about like, oh,
I'd
it's
love to hear.
it really like you realize like, oh, this isn't a song about him being mad at his friend for changing. This is a song about him being scared that his friend is changing and like trying to hold on to, I guess, the
Yeah,
past, right? Like we're all like, that's the universal side of it. We're all trying to hold on to something, I guess, on some
sure.
level.
That's pretty deep for teenagers at the time. I mean, Ian singing that or writing that or.
Yeah, like that's like I realize now that I'm like in my, the back half of my years that I'm
Yeah,
still obsessed with music made by
same.
teenagers, but I can't. I've like somehow it's like this is the most honest music there is. So how could I not be?
Right. Yeah, it's that youthful energy thing, and just like we were saying, the realness of it. It's just, it's something that I don't know. I can't give it up. I couldn't stop listening to that stuff.
Yeah, and there's like I don't know, like, and that's the thing that I like, and I find talking to you about it's awesome because you have kind of the same perspective that it doesn't have to be one way. Like it could be like Minor Threat, or it could be like Soylent Green, or it could be like Sloppy Seconds, or it could be like
Right.
Flying Nun bands from New Zealand. Like it can be anything, but it's got like this energy that seems consistent between all of it somehow.
Yeah, I guess some bands you can tell if they're authentic or not by the what's the word, the intensity, but like sometimes that gives it away that these people are for real. Like the early Black Flag stuff to me, like the Dez stuff, just kind of, I think that's real stuff. But yeah, there's definitely certain bands. Sloppy Seconds, they're singing about a lot of silly things, but I love that band though. I don't know, I just love that.
Did I show you this last time?
I don't think so.
My friend gave me this for my birthday a couple years ago, but it's Paul from the Zero Boys Ardent Studios demo tape, but it's got like
Oh
this.
wow.
It's got the Sloppy Second songs on it that he recorded. So
Oh no way. So that's the Zero Boys and
yeah, it's Paul's like I guess he's like a producer, right? So he did
Mayhern. Yeah, Paul
yeah
Mayhern.
yeah. So this was like Ardent Studios. I guess
So
this
like the
is
actual tape that came out of the studio.
yeah
Wow.
where he would like I guess send this out to try and solicit work on some, but his
Okay, to show his skills. Yeah.
his contact is Jody Stevens, which
Wow. Wow.
is fucking
That's
awesome. But
another band I saw early was Zero Boys. There was maybe 10 people at that show too. It was on like a Tuesday night. I felt bad for them, but they were so great. Like I bought the album that night, The Vicious Circle.
I think Vicious Circle might be like I don't know one of if not the like maybe not my favorite 80s hardcore record, but like that's a masterpiece.
It's got so much variation on it, from poppy stuff to the like amphetamine addiction. It's all so catchy. Unlike some of that's so catchy.
I feel like that or Feeders Ever Feel Like Killing Your Boss are probably my
That's a great album too. Yeah.
and a lot of variation on that LP too.
Well, you see, that's where I stole "Kill Your Boss" from.
Ah,
I'm admitting that now.
that's awesome.
Years later,
Ah,
I admit it. Yeah,
that's
that's
awesome.
yeah. Ever feel like killing your boss? And I'm like, oh, kill your boss. That's a great song title.
Well, we have now.
I mean, plagiarism is the soil on which flowers grow.
I, I,
You know,
I feel like frank discussion, as such a vocal fan of situationists and all this sort of stuff, would be
yeah,
honored that you plagiarized them.
I'm sure he would. Yeah, he seems like the kind of guy that roots for that type of stuff, like the Plunderphonics guys that take different tapes and make it into something totally new, like Negative Land or something, that type of thing too. But yeah, I think yeah, he's into some crazy politics, like but cool stuff, right? Like
Have you ever
throwing
seen?
bricks through. He used to be. I know he's older. Is he still alive? Huh?
He's
That
still
guy.
alive. Yeah, they did an anti-Trump song a couple years ago.
I think I've heard it. I think it. I saw that online. Yeah, I only listened to it once or twice.
Have you ever seen that research pranks video that came out in the 80s?
I've seen like the survival research laboratory stuff, but I don't know about the pranks one.
It was like, they did that research pranks book, right? They did like
Book. I've seen the book. Think I had the book.
a video companion to it with like Joe
Wow.
Coleman's in it, frank discussions in it, and
Okay.
and it's just sort of like interviews and sort of mini vignette documentaries on each of these people, but the frank discussion part's insane.
I'll have to look that up. I wonder if it's online anywhere because I don't think I've seen some Joe Coleman footage from like what was that Mondo Kane movie or Mondo New York.
Mondo, New York. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
I've seen that stuff. And I know there's other interviews with Joe Coleman. I used to see him walk down the street in New York. I never approached him though. I was too like I don't know. I didn't want to bother the guy, but anyway, that I'd love to see the frank discussion. I don't think I've ever seen an actual. I've read interviews, but not seen him speak. You know?
I think I got a link somewhere. I'm going to send you. I've rewatched
Yeah,
this many times over the years, so I think I can track it down again
please
for you.
do. Yeah, yeah,
It's
that would be great.
Yeah, Joe
Oh,
Colemanton.
speaking of the feeders, that terrible Gilman thing that happened with the animal, was it a cat or something?
They dug up
Uh,
a pet cemetery on the way to the show,
oh man,
and
they got in a lot of trouble for that one. That he didn't care. No, he was provoking the people. You know.
I think also the show. God, because like whoever organized the show was on the podcast, and I'm trying to remember who it was, but I think it's like Mr. T Experience, like the theaters are playing.
Oh, really? Wow. I
But yeah,
saw.
yeah, yeah, cockroaches glued to his head and stuff when he came out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He would do a lot of strange things. Like you was talking about situationism, like just these weird, like conceptual art things going on with the music. You know, which is cool. I'm into that stuff.
That's why this is the best thing, because it's like a genre of music where people are, I guess, supposed to be going to these things to have fun, but at the same time,
Right.
you got people talking about art theory, digging up
Yeah.
animal graveyards to adorn the stage with. It's like the lowest of low art meets the most highfalutin highbrow art at the same time.
Right. And I'll correct myself. I said I'm into that thing. I meant the conceptual art thing, not the digging up of an animal.
Yeah.
Although it is already dead, but that's a whole. Yeah, I'm not. I love animals. I'm not. Pro digging them up and throwing them around. But have you ever heard of the GX Jupiter Larson from San Francisco Bay Area again?
Oh,
He's in a band
vaguely.
called Haters. Not Hater, the Seattle thing, but the Haters. They were like a really like strange, like all these theories and conceptual art things, but like the record they would write all these essays on their records, but the record would just be like one of his records was a piece of plastic in a box, and you would take it, the instructions were to run water over the piece of plastic, and that's that's the album.
So,
But they had all these reasons for why you should, this is happening. And oh man, entropy was his thing. Like it just so many things that went over my head, to be honest. Like, I didn't get all of it. But I enjoy the strangeness of all that, and trying to understand it. I enjoy trying to figure that stuff out.
San Francisco stuff gets so weird, like Carolina and like all those
Yeah,
bands. Like
yeah,
it gets really like you're saying, people got bored with punk and then they got real weird.
sure, yeah. I think that was happening in a few places. Germany, of course, and SBK is one of my favorite bands. I don't know if you call them industrial, early industrial, or experimental, but I think they put out their first stuff in like 78 or something.
Yeah,
And
there's like
yeah,
those early singles go for like thousands and thousands of dollars.
I know. It's insane.
Yeah. There's like I think that's the coolest thing about whatever this thing was, is it just kind of like opened the door for so much stuff. And obviously people were making art music prior to punk, but I think
Yeah.
it allowed it to
Yeah.
become marketable.
Yeah. And there was actually it just punk opened up, obviously. This is everybody knows this, but it opened up the door for anything goes, as far as like just getting up there with a violin and that's your whole set or something, like just making noise, whatever, it just, I don't know, like you said, though, it was going further back. I mean, there was John Cage and, people doing these music pieces then to make people think and provoke people.
Yeah, but they were, those things weren't necessarily accessible to like sort of the average,
Yeah.
well, 12-year-old in your case, right? Like you're like a little kid or like just any normal person, you'd have to like be shown these worlds, and obviously you
Yeah.
still have to be shown these worlds with punk, but like all of a sudden these things were for everybody.
I think one major thing for me is that I've always read a lot. I've always been a big reader. So, like, any fanzine I could find, even it didn't matter if it was industrial or goth or punk or hardcore, what I would read everything, and that would lead me to something else. And then that would lead me all over the place. So I just got into so many different styles and types of, I mean, now there's so many micro genres, but those genres back then that were just, they're all connected somehow. But I just, I would read just anything I could find about this underground art scene or punk scene or anything like that. It would lead me somewhere else.
Did the Butthole Surfers come through a lot?
Yes. Yeah, they would play here often. But they were from San Antonio, right? I think in the beginning.
Yeah.
I saw them in '84 with maybe 20 people there. And they blew our minds. We had already started taking acid by about '84, around then. Before that, I had never tried. I barely smoked pot before then, but started smoking weed and tripping all the time. So Butthole Service were definitely one of our favorite bands. I was just saying they're amazing live. Back then when they didn't even have the dancers or the smoke or anything. They were just kind of still this embryonic kind of band. But they blew us away still. They were dark. There's a lot of darkness and like Cherub. I love that song.
Yeah.
Got a darkness.
There's like a
And then
sinister quality to them that's
for sure. Then they're on MTV later, which
yeah.
is blows my mind.
But then like
Yeah.
Gibby still firing a shotgun over the crowd's
Yeah.
heads during that period too. It's like a very weird weird band to get, the way they stalked Michael Stipe. There's just so much sinister stuff with this band.
Oh, there was very weird. So I saw them in like '84 and they were pretty bare bones, but still great and heavy in their own way. And I think the next time I saw them, they didn't play for the World's Fair, but there was this bar that was the World's Fair was here in like late '84 or something. They played this bar and that's when they had the strobes and the smoke. And it just like, it was just all encompassing, like the whole room's full of smoke. And It just everybody was blown away that went to those shows. The hypnotic drums just luring you into some world. Oh, they're so great.
Yeah, it would be a hard thing to do every night, I think, as a band on that level,
Yeah.
DIY level.
I always wondered that too with them. Like, and then supposedly they were on LSD for a lot of those shows. Like, I mean, I've taken LSD for 2 or 3 days at a time, but for a month at a time on tour, like they couldn't have been every night, you know. But I'm sure they were drinking and getting high, you know.
Big weed band.
Yes, for
They
sure.
they loved weed, from
Yeah,
what they've told me.
I'm sure they did. Yeah.
I could you hear that in the music too. I think that comes through.
Yeah. Yes. Our
Uh,
first, my band Suffocation by Filth, we had a weed leaf on our stickers. I think that was pretty early, like 85. It was, I like to say it was the first time anybody put a weed leaf on a sticker, but I don't know. Probably not. But as a
Certainly in
band,
this world, I can't think of too many before you in this world.
yeah, it was something that no one, you know, like the hardcore kids hated that. Yeah, they don't like weed's bad for these some of these stereotypical kids, you know.
Yeah.
So that's why we put it there to annoy them, you know.
Yeah, I think there's like Back with a Bong. That would have been later probably by Murphy's Law. So I think you might be like the first weed positive band in this world, in this scene.
It's, there's got to be someone doing it, but yeah, we thought we were doing it before anyone. Who knows?
That
I don't
was the
know.
thing that shocked me because I started loving this music back when I was straight edge, but then when I started smoking pot, finding out
Yeah,
how few of these bands actually smoked pot that would be lumped into the stoner rock category was like shocking to me.
right. What do you mean, like bands that didn't
Like,
smoke pot at all, but they play stoner or?
yeah, but like
Mm,
I'm not gonna out these bands, but I went on a
yeah,
few of the English bands that I've met have been like, no, I'm much more into speed, mate.
yeah. That was a big thing. Like I remember we would only encounter speed like west of Texas, like when we were touring in the '90s. You on this side of Texas, like you never saw it. I'm sure bikers were had it in New Orleans, but we didn't know about it. And then we'd hit Texas, and we'd just be up for the rest of the tour, you know, awake for for weeks after that. But then Europe, of course, though, you know, there it was plentiful over there as well.
Was Angel Dust popular in New Orleans? Was that a big thing?
I've encountered it a few times. Um, there was well, yeah, I've smoked it before. There was these things we called them. I don't know who started calling them this. They called them clickums. Have you heard that before? It
No.
was a cigarette dipped in formaldehyde or PCP. We didn't know which one it was. Way to
Yeah.
kill brain cells, I know, but we would smoke those when I was like 17. And you know, it kind of feels like you're walking on clouds a little bit. But
They
that
call it
wasn't a
smoking
plentiful.
wet, I think, right? Too.
Yeah. They also called them wet daddies, you know,
Yeah.
Plickums. I don't know where that all comes from, but the wet part I get. But then like the West Coast, like I think some of those East LA bands were kind of heavy into that stuff, and New York as well, I think.
Huge.
But it wasn't a big thing here. It never caught on as like everybody's doing it type of thing.
I think it's probably like speed too. It's probably like a lot. Well, Angel Dust, right? Like it's a lot to do with bikers, were the means of distribution
Speed,
for a while.
definitely. Yeah. Speed, for sure, is like how they would, you know, that's their whole economy is methamphetamine, or it used to be, you know.
And it makes sense. Dust too, being New York and San Francisco, like those two places at that time, I guess would have been kind of hubs for that activity. Montreal too, a lot of Angel Dust in Montreal. Like PCP was
Oh yeah,
huge.
really. There's a big biker scene in Montreal, right?
Yeah,
Of the Hells Angels and stuff. I've seen some documentaries about Canadian bikers, you know, and a lot of that stuff.
yeah, definitely
So
Montreal, especially too.
right.
So, yeah, like
Wow.
there was a like PCP in the punk scene too. There was like a show years ago, a Drop Dead show where like four kids died from bad
Really?
PCP.
At a Drop Dead show.
Yeah, Drop
That's
Dead show.
that's ironic.
I know,
Uh,
horrifically poor, like one of those things where you're like, God, that is terrifying.
that is, yeah. Yeah, that was like too. It kind of puts you in it. You're not in control of yourself that much. I mean, I know alcohol you lose control as well, but certain other things. But angel dust always was a little. Uh, it sounds crazy for me to say, yeah, that was too much. But we just really couldn't find it. We probably would have been more into it if we could find it
Yeah.
more. So I'm glad we couldn't find it. I'm glad. That's what I should say.
Well, I think it's probably like, I find like a lot of these drugs, it's like if you don't have access to the normal version of it, people are going to find something fucking crazy to put in
Yeah,
its place, right? Like
sure.
crocodile
Yeah.
versus opioids and all these sorts of things. Like the escalation of people trying to find things to fill these voids that's where it gets really scary.
Yeah. Yeah. That crocodile stuff was crazy. I wonder if it's still being made by these people or
I don't know
it
if
was like homemade stuff.
fentanyl seems to be the thing that overtook it, and trank, I guess, now is another thing in Canada that's
Yeah, I was going to mention those. Yeah, that stuff just came out of nowhere. It makes you wonder if that's controlled somehow through certain higher institutions, if which I believe it could be 90%,
yeah,
99%.
there's definitely like the way it's spread and the way it appears, it's like how
Yeah,
how did this happen?
it's like crack in the 80s. It just shows up and people know how to make who showed these people all of a sudden they know how to cook cocaine. And I mean, I know people freebased cocaine, but not, I mean, they're cooking it down with baking soda and it's like this recipe. And then it just spreads like wildfire
Yeah,
in the 80s. But I think that's all been kind of, people have spoke on that and admitted that
it was
the CIA was involved and things like that.
yeah, you watch those Netflix shows and they tell you this stuff now. Like this is now just part of our cultural lexicon. It's like, oh yeah, the
Yeah.
crack epidemic was largely encouraged by the government, to put it in the most positive light for the government, I guess. But
Right.
it
Yeah.
and it's
That's scary,
yeah.
man. It's frightening.
Well, it's frightening because then it's like you can see how people become susceptible to believing all the conspiracy theories, because if this one
Yeah.
thing's true, why can't they all be true?
Right.
And
Yeah.
I just find it,
Hmm.
I don't know. I just prefer to stay in this little world, because like that world just seems like it's just like an onion of darkness, and every layer is just going to pull
Yeah.
you in deeper and deeper.
Yeah. It's just too much for me as well. Like I can't even. I don't even like reading about it. Really, it's just too much. There's too many things that you're like, well, that could be possible, but
Yeah.
I don't think that way. I don't. Oh man.
No, keep your conspiracy theories. Give me the shit dogs, I say.
Oh fuck yeah. The shit dogs and the sluts. New Orleans. We got off the punk subject for a while there, but
That's fine, Mike. I've kept you for hours, and I think we've successfully smashed the Turned Out a Punk record for the longest episode. And,
yeah,
and
hell yeah.
anytime you want to come back and smash another record, this one,
Yeah,
you're always
I love
welcome.
records. We need to we just next time we're gonna stick to punk records all the way through. We'll just we'll try to do that, but it's probably not possible. It's good talking to you though, man. I like your questions and you just somebody. I usually don't get interviewed by someone intelligent, so that's a compliment to you.